In the beginning, there were whispers, legends passed down through generations, stories carved into stone and sung around ancient fires. They spoke of a time when the boundaries between heaven and earth were not yet fixed, when divine beings walked among mortals, shaping the destiny of humankind. These were not mere gods of myth, but beings of flesh and light, rulers and teachers who brought with them knowledge far beyond the capacity of early man. The question that echoes across the ruins of our forgotten past is simple yet terrifying. What if these myths are not imagination but memory? Every culture on Earth, no matter how far apart, holds echoes of the same story. Civilizations separated by oceans and millennia tell of shining ones, sky people, the architect of creation who came down from the stars. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Egyptians spoke of the Neteru. The ancient Maya remembered the Kukulkan, while the Vedic scriptures praised the devas descending in vehicles of fire. How could so many ancient peoples, disconnected by geography and time, all describe the same phenomenon, the visitation of gods in human form? Was it a coincidence born of shared imagination, or evidence of something far greater, something we are not meant to know? In the desert of Iraq, under the shifting sands of Egypt, deep within the jungles of Central America, and buried beneath the ice of Antarctica, strange evidence has begun to surface. Tablets inscribed with forbidden histories, ancient machines that defy scientific explanation, maps that chart continents as they were tens of thousands of years before human civilization supposedly existed. Each discovery adds another fracture to the tidy structure of mainstream history. Archaeologists dismiss them as anomalies, coincidences, or worse, hoaxes. Yet the more these pieces are silenced, the louder the questions become. Who built the impossible monuments that stand even today as defiance to time? Who whispered knowledge of the stars and mathematics into the ears of our ancestors? For centuries, the guardians of knowledge, religious institutions, royal houses, secret societies, and later the scientific establishment, have determined what truths may be spoken and which must remain buried. The deeper one digs, the clearer it becomes that history, as we know it, has been edited, entire epics erased, entire civilizations forgotten, entire species perhaps unacknowledged. There's a forbidden story woven through the foundation of human civilization, a story that speaks of intervention, manipulation, and the mingling of bloodlines between gods and men. Imagine a world long before the written word, when humanity still crawled to the darkness of prehistory. Out of the sky came beings radiant and terrible, their presence recorded in myth as gods. They offered knowledge, astronomy, architecture, agriculture, medicine, but demanded worship, sacrifice, and loyalty in return. They taught humans to build in their image, to mirror the heavens upon the earth. The pyramids, the ziggurats, the stone circles, they were not monuments of primitive superstition, but reflections of divine technology. Were these gods physical beings who ruled with power and technology mistaken for magic? Or were they manifestations of a consciousness humanity can no longer comprehend? Across time, every empire has carried within its sacred text a warning that this knowledge is not for all, that mankind was once closer to the gods but fell from grace. The fall described in so many traditions may not be a moral allegory, but a historical event, the moment when the gods withdrew and humankind was left to fend for itself. The flood myths, the Tower of Babel, the destruction of Atlantis, each could mark the same cataclysmic point in history when divine presence vanished and humanity's golden age collapsed. Yet, fragments of their world remain, whispering to those who dare to look. Modern science, archaeology, and theology each stand guard over their own versions of truth. But beneath the surface of accepted history lies a shadow world of evidence that defies all categories. Skeletons of giant proportions hidden from public view. Uparts, out-of-place artifacts, that hint at technology millions of years too early. Megaliths that even our most powerful machines today could barely move. Ancient languages that speak of the stars as home. And among it all, a haunting suggestion that humanity itself might be the product of someone else. This is not the story found in schoolbooks or museums. It is a story whispered in secret chambers, concealed behind the locked doors of archives, and buried beneath the foundations of civilization itself. To follow it is to step into forbidden territory, to question everything we've been taught about who we are, where we came from, and who or what once walked beside us. Tonight, we reopen that forbidden story. From the deserts of Mesopotamia to the ice of Antarctica, from the lost temples of Egypt to the cosmic archives hidden within ancient texts, we will follow the trail of evidence left behind by those the ancients called gods. Each artifact, each myth, each discovery draws us closer to an unthinkable possibility, that humanity's origins are not merely terrestrial, and that the beings once worshipped as gods may have been far more real and far more connected to us than we ever dared to imagine. By the end of this journey, one truth will emerge in the shadows. The gods may have walked among men, and their footprints have never faded. Long before the first recorded kings of Sumer or the rise of the Egyptian pharaohs, there existed something extraordinary, maps that should not exist. Ancient charts of the world drawn by hands that, according to accepted history, could not possibly have known what they depicted. Mountains, coastlines, and continents rendered with astonishing precision, many as they appeared thousands of years before any known civilization had the means to explore or even imagine such places. These ancient maps form one of the most unsettling riddles in the study of our origins, for they suggest that someone, somewhere, possessed a knowledge of the earth that predates history itself. The most famous of these artifacts is the Pyre Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral, using sources he claimed were already ancient. Etched in delicate ink on gazelle skin, the map accurately portrays the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and most shockingly, the northern coastline of Antarctica without ice. But Antarctica wasn't even discovered by modern explorers until 1820, 300 years after this map was made. How could a 16th century mapmaker have known of a continent buried beneath a frozen desert of ice? Even more mysterious, geological evidence confirms that Antarctica's coastline was ice-free approximately 6,000 years ago. Was Pyre Reis copying a map that originated from a civilization that existed before the end of the last ice age? The admiral himself wrote a note on the map's edge. These lands were drawn from 20 charts and 8 maps of the ancients, including one of Alexander the Great's time. Scholars have spent decades trying to dismiss this as coincidence or lucky guesswork. Yet when the map is projected onto a modern globe, the precision is undeniable, mathematically and geographically accurate to a degree no medieval or ancient cartographer should have achieved. Some researchers have suggested that the map was derived from an aerial perspective, as though the Earth had been surveyed from the sky. But who could have taken such a view thousands of years before flight existed? And the Pyre Reis map is not alone. The Orontius Phineas map, drawn in 1531, also displays an ice-free Antarctica with detailed mountain ranges and river valleys. The Bwatch map from 1737 depicts the same continent before it was covered in ice and even shows its subglacial topography, features only confirmed by seismic surveys in the 20th century. Each of these maps, separated by centuries and cultures, describes an Earth as it would have appeared at the end of the last ice age. The implications are staggering. Either our ancestors possessed global navigation and cartographic skills far beyond our current understanding of their capabilities, or these maps were handed down from a civilization that witnessed the world as it once was, before catastrophe reshaped it. Mainstream historians argue that these maps are the product of conjecture or creative copying. Yet this explanation fails to account for consistent accuracy across unrelated works and the inclusion of details no ancient mariner could have known. The coastlines of South America are drawn with precise curvature. Islands that later sank beneath the sea are placed exactly where modern sonar has since found submerged landmasses. Some maps even seem to mark a massive island chain between Africa and South America, a possible memory of the lost world Plato called Atlantis. But how could this knowledge have been preserved? Some theorists suggest that fragments of pre-flood civilizations, remnants of an advanced global culture, survived and were later copied by early navigators. Others believe the information was handed down by the gods themselves, those mysterious beings credited in ancient texts with bringing knowledge from the heavens. Could these maps have been part of a divine legacy, an archive of the world as it was when the gods walked among men? Archaeological evidence increasingly hints that humans were far more sophisticated before the so-called dawn of civilization. The alignment of ancient temples to astronomical events, the precision of megalithic architecture, and the sudden appearance of agriculture and mathematics all suggest a lost inheritance. These maps may be among the last surviving fragments of that inheritance. Documents that escaped destruction when the flood or global cataclysm swept away the old world. There is another disturbing detail. Many of the ancient maps depict the Earth as a sphere, not a flat plane. This implies that their creators knew the planet's true shape long before the scientific revolution. The use of longitudinal and latitudinal coordinates, something not developed in modern cartography until the 18th century, appears in several of these ancient charts. Such accuracy would require advanced astronomical instruments and a global grid system. Where did this technology come from? As explorers and scientists uncovered these relics over the centuries, they found themselves confronting a mystery that academia was not ready to face. To accept the implications of these maps is to admit that there was, at some point in our remote past, a civilization with knowledge equal to or surpassing our own. Yet, if such a civilization existed, where are its cities, its machines, its written records? Could they be buried beneath miles of ocean sediment, hidden under ice, or deliberately erased by time and catastrophe? The evidence whispers a forgotten epic, a time when our ancestors were not wandering primitives, but the inheritors of a vast and global wisdom. Perhaps they were guided by the very beings who legends claim descended from the stars. When the floodwaters came, the survivors carried fragments of that knowledge, maps, star charts, mathematical codes, and hid them in temples and libraries that would one day crumble to dust. From those fragments, new civilizations rose, always haunted by memories of what came before. Modern scholars continue to dismiss the notion of pre-flood civilizations, yet these maps remain stubborn and silent, defying every explanation. Their existence is a reminder that history is not a straight line, but a broken circle, one we are only beginning to trace again. So, who were the cartographers of the impossible? Were they men blessed with divine insight, or were they the gods themselves, mapping the earth from their celestial vantage point? And if they once surveyed this world with such precision, could they still be watching, recording, and waiting for us to rediscover what we once knew? As we move deeper into the ancient record, the pattern becomes undeniable. From Sumer to Egypt, from the Andes to the Indus, traces of a world-spanning intelligence emerge, a legacy encoded not only in stone and scripture, but in the very geography of our planet. The maps were just a beginning, a faint echo of a forgotten truth. Someone charted the earth long before humanity was supposed to know existed. Thousands of years before the first pyramids rose in the sands of Egypt, in a fertile crescent between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, something extraordinary occurred. Out of the cradle of prehistory emerged a civilization so sudden, so advanced, that historians still struggle to explain how it appeared seemingly overnight. They called themselves the Sumerians, the people of the black-headed ones. And according to every record they left behind, they did not create civilization on their own. They were taught. Sumer appeared around 4000 BCE, a full millennium before Egypt's dynasties began, and yet it came with all the hallmarks of a fully developed culture: written language, complex mathematics, organized religion, advanced metallurgy, legal codes, and urban planning. In Eridu, Uruk, and Nippur, great ziggurats, temples of staggering precision, rose toward the heavens. The Sumerians didn't claim credit for these achievements. Instead, they attributed them to divine teachers, the gods who descended from the sky and shaped the destiny of mankind. These beings, known as the Anunnaki, were not distant deities of myth but physical entities who lived among humans, ruling over them, guiding their development and intervening in the affairs of kings. The Sumerian tablets, tens of thousands of them carved in cuneiform, tell a story unlike any other in human history. They describe the Anunnaki as powerful, those who came from the heavens to earth. They divided the world among themselves, established cities, and taught humans the arts of civilization: agriculture, astronomy, medicine, writing, and architecture. Their leader, Anu, ruled from the heavens, while his sons Enlil and Enki governed the earth. Enlil, the stern administrator, sought to control humanity. Enki, the wise and rebellious god, sought to enlighten them. The conflict between these two gods, one representing authority, the other knowledge, echoes through human history as the eternal struggle between obedience and freedom. But how did the Sumerians, an ancient people living thousands of years before modern technology, create such an elaborate and cohesive cosmology? The level of astronomical knowledge encoded in their texts is staggering. They accurately describe the movements of planets invisible to the naked eye. They charted the precession of the equinoxes, calculated lunar cycles, and spoke of a 12th planet they called Nibiru, which, according to the tablets, moved in a vast elliptical orbit that brought it close to Earth every few millennia. The Sumerians insisted that this was the home world of the Anunnaki, the gods who walked among men. When archaeologists first uncovered these tablets in the ruins of ancient Sumer, they were dismissed as primitive mythology. Yet, as translations continued, the narrative they told grew impossible to ignore. These texts describe not only divine rulers, but a genetic creation story eerily similar to modern science's understanding of DNA manipulation. According to the Enuma Elish in the Atrahasis epic, the gods created mankind to serve them. The tablets recount how Enki and a goddess named Ninhursag mixed the blood of God with the clay of the earth, forming the first human beings, Adamu, the one molded. The parallels with the biblical story of Adam and Eve are unmistakable. Could it be that Genesis is merely a condensed retelling of an older, forbidden Sumerian account? For generations, scholars have debated the meaning of these texts. Were they symbolic, or are they literal records of an extraordinary encounter between early humans and something not of this world? Ancient astronaut theorists argue that the Anunnaki were not gods in a spiritual sense, but advanced beings, perhaps extraterrestrials, who genetically engineered early hominids to create modern humans. Mainstream historians scoff at the idea, yet they cannot explain how Sumerian civilization developed so suddenly, or how their knowledge of the cosmos could have been so advanced without telescopes or computers. Artifacts unearthed from ancient Sumer complicate the mystery further. Cylinder seals, small carved stones used for printing images, depict winged figures standing before strange machines, or interacting with humans beneath symbols of stars and planets. One seal, known as the VA/243, appears to show a detailed solar system, complete with the sun at its center and all known planets in correct order, including Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, bodies not discovered by modern astronomy until thousands of years later. How could an ancient artist have known of planets invisible to the human eye? Equally enigmatic are the Sumerian kings' lists, records of rulers stretching back tens of thousands of years. The earliest kings are said to have reigned for thousands of years each, their rule ending only when a flood swept over. After the flood, reign length shortened, aligning with normal human lifespans. Historians dismiss these early reigns as myth, yet the precision of the record, coupled with its division between pre- and post-flood ages, suggests that the Sumerians were recounting something they believed to be fact. Could these long-lived kings have been the Anunnaki themselves, immortal beings who once ruled the earth before a global cataclysm forced them to withdraw? Even the architecture of Sumer hints at something beyond human origin. The ziggurats, towering step pyramids built to mirror the heavens, were said to be the houses of the gods. Their tops were adorned with golden chambers where the Anunnaki descended in fiery chariots. Texts describe these landing platforms with remarkable precision, structures built to connect heaven and earth. Some researchers have compared their design to modern launch pads or communication towers. The gods, according to the tablets, used these places to ascend back into the sky. As archaeologists unearthed these remnants of Sumerian glory, a pattern began to emerge, a pattern repeated in every ancient civilization that followed. Knowledge appeared suddenly, as if gifted. Languages, mathematics, and architecture seemed to emerge fully formed, not through centuries of trial and error, but in a single surge of enlightenment. The Sumerians themselves never claimed to have invented these things. They always credited their gods. If the Sumerian account is to be believed, humanity was not merely guided but engineered. We are the offspring of intervention, part divine, part mortal. The echoes of this story ripple through time, reappearing in later cultures as the tales of demigods, angels, and heroes born of gods and humans. The Greek myths of Zeus and his mortal lovers, the Egyptian tales of Osiris and Isis, the biblical accounts of Nephilim, all mirror the same forbidden memory first recorded in the clay tablets of ancient Sumer. So why, then, does modern history avoid discussing these connections? Perhaps because to acknowledge them is to rewrite everything we believe about human evolution. If the Sumerian paradox is true, then civilization is not a product of slow human progress, but the legacy of a forgotten contact, a moment when the gods truly walked among men. As the winds sweep over the desolate ruins of Eridu and Nippur, one can still feel a sense of awe, as though the stones themselves remember. The Sumerians told us where their knowledge came from. They left the evidence written in clay, sealed in time, and yet we refuse to listen. What if their gods were not myths at all, but witnesses to the dawn of humanity, teachers, rulers, and perhaps our creators? Deep beneath the dust and ruin of southern Mesopotamia, archaeologists uncovered something that would challenge every assumption about the birth of civilization. In the ancient cities of Eridu and Nippur, where the first temples of humanity once stood, thousands of fragments of clay tablets were discovered, written in cuneiform so old that even the earliest known Sumerian records seem modern by comparison. Among these tablets were stories so forbidden, so astonishing, that they were quietly locked away in museum vaults and private collections, rarely discussed in public or by mainstream historians. They are known today as the Eridu tablets, and their contents speak of gods, creation, and cataclysms with unsettling precision. Eridu, considered by the Sumerians to be the world's first city, was said to have been founded by the god Enki, lord of the earth, the bringer of wisdom and technology. The tablets found here describe Enki not as a mythical figure, but as a living being, a teacher and scientist who came from the heavens to establish order on earth. They speak of his Abzu, a subterranean chamber filled with shimmering waters and instruments that glowed like the stars. Many scholars interpret this as metaphor, but others believe it describes an underground facility, perhaps an ancient laboratory or energy source. If that interpretation is true, then Eridu was not merely a city. It was a base of operations, perhaps the first center of human experimentation. In these tablets, humanity's creation is told in striking detail. The gods, weary from their labor in cultivating the earth, sought to create a new race of workers, beings capable of thought, emotion, and obedience. Enki, the compassionate scientist, took it upon himself to solve this problem. Alongside the goddess Ninhursag, he mixed the essence of the gods with the clay of the earth. The texts even mention a specific term, sarsar, meaning the seed within the blood. To modernize, this sounds eerily similar to the concept of DNA. The result was the first Lulu-Amalu, mixed man. The gods marveled at their creation, for the new beings could speak, reason, and build. But the experiment was not without consequences. Some humans, it is said, began to awaken to self-awareness, realizing their divine origins. This, according to the tablets, was the beginning of conflict between gods and men. In Nippur, another ancient city, more revelations awaited. There, archaeologists uncovered a vast collection of administrative tablets that seemed routine, lists of trade goods, temple offerings, and priestly duties. But hidden among them were texts that diverged sharply from the accepted Sumerian mythology. These Nippur tablets describe an age before Eridu, when the law of the gods governed the earth directly. They recount a rebellion among the divine rulers. Some gods sympathized with humanity's awakening, while others sought to suppress it. The leader of this revolt, once revered, was cast out and labeled a traitor. His name was Enki. This story mirrors, almost exactly, later theological accounts of Lucifer's rebellion, Prometheus' defiance, and even the serpent in Eden who gave humanity the knowledge of good and evil. Could all these legends stem from this single ancient source, a time when a godlike being defied his superiors to give humanity the spark of consciousness? The forbidden tablet suggests that Enki's was teaching humans forbidden knowledge, writing, mathematics, and astronomy. The other gods, fearing that humanity would become their equals, imposed limits. They decreed lifespan reductions, floods, and famines to keep humans under control. In one particularly striking passage, a divine assembly debates the fate of mankind. Enlil, the high ruler of the gods, declares humanity unworthy, saying, "The noise of mankind has become great. I will silence them with the waters of heaven." Enki, horrified, warns a righteous man named Ziusidra, instructing him to build a vessel that would preserve life through the coming deluge. This, of course, is a prototype of the later biblical story of Noah. What the Nippur tablets reveal is that the flood was not a natural disaster. It was an act of divine judgment. Yet one God disobeyed and ensured humanity's survival. These texts are not obscure myths. They are among the oldest written records in human history. Yet, their most revealing portions remain unpublished. In museum archives from London to Baghdad, scholars have quietly acknowledged the existence of restricted tablets, pieces too damaged or controversial to release publicly. A handful of researchers claim to have read fragments describing technology and knowledge that should not have existed 6,000 years ago. One tablet allegedly references a shining chariot that ascends with fire and thunder, while another mentions a device of stars used to observe the heavens. Mainstream academia avoids discussing these anomalies, but the pattern is undeniable. Even more troubling are reports that some of these tablets were removed from excavation sites under military escort during the 20th century. After the Iraq Wars, several caches of untranscribed cuneiform disappeared entirely from official records. Insiders whisper that certain pieces describe star maps and formulas of the god's life force, information that could potentially alter our understanding of human genetics and early science. If true, this would explain why so many original artifacts have vanished or been replaced with replicas. The tablets also reveal a mysterious phrase repeated across several inscriptions: "We will rebuild what was lost." Scholars struggle to contextualize it, but within the framework of the broader mythos, it suggests that the gods, or their descendants, intended to restore a lost order after a global cataclysm. Some interpret this as a rebuilding of civilization after the flood. Others believe it refers to an attempt to resurrect lost technology. Could this have been the origin of the Sumerian drive for urbanization, the sudden reappearance of advanced skills, and the obsession with celestial alignment? Equally compelling is a recurring reference to the Watchers of the Heavens, beings who observe and record the deeds of both gods and men. These watchers appear as silent observers, dwelling in the skies, ensuring that the divine laws are upheld. The same term, watchers, later reappears in the Book of Enoch, where it describes fallen angels who interbred with humans and taught them forbidden arts. The parallels are far too precise to dismiss as coincidence. Could the Book of Enoch have drawn directly from these earlier Sumerian sources, preserving their memory in coded religious form? As with all forbidden knowledge, time became the enemy of truth. The priests of later empires, Babylonian, Assyrian, Persian, rewrote the old Sumerian tales to fit their doctrines. The divine teachers became distant gods. Their science became magic, their machines miracles. The real history, the physical presence of these beings, faded into legend. But the tablets remain, a silent testimony carved in clay, waiting for humanity to decode their message. When you stand in the ruins of Eridu, the oldest city on earth, the silence is heavy. Beneath the layers of dirt and stone lie the remains of temples dedicated not to invisible gods, but to beings who may have walked those streets. Perhaps the forbidden tablets are not only fragments of history, they may be a warning. If Enki's words were true, "We will rebuild what was lost," then the gods' work is not finished. The evidence they left behind suggests that humanity's origin story is incomplete, and that somewhere hidden beneath the sands, the first record of our true creator still waits to be found. In the blazing heart of North Africa, where the golden sands of Sahara meet the fertile life of the Nile, stands a civilization whose monuments have withstood both time and mystery. Egypt, land of eternal kings, towering temples, and gods carved in stone, has long fascinated the modern world. Yet beneath its mythic splendor lies a story far older, far stranger than textbooks dare admit. The ancient Egyptians themselves never claimed to have invented their civilization. Instead, they spoke of a divine inheritance, of gods who ruled before men, who taught the arts of writing, medicine, astronomy, and architecture. They called these beings the Neteru, the divine ones. To the Egyptians, the gods were not distant spirits. They were living presences, teachers, rulers, and sometimes flesh and blood. According to temple inscriptions and priestly texts, Egypt's first time, known as Zep-Tepi, was an era when the gods themselves walked upon the earth. The walls of Edfu Temple recount that in this age, the gods came forth from the primeval waters, and they raised the first mounds of land. They were led by Ptah, the great architect of the world, who shaped the earth by word and design. After him came Ra, the shining one, who ruled from the sky; Osiris, the lord of renewal; Thoth, the keeper of knowledge; and Horus, the falcon-eyed guardian of kingship. Yet, These were not just spiritual symbols to the ancient Egyptians. They were historical beings who ruled in a chronological sequence long before the first pharaohs. The Egyptian priest Manetho, writing in the 3rd century BCE, compiled the Turin King list and royal canon, documents that recorded Egypt's dynasties. But before the human kings, Manetho listed the reigns of the gods. He wrote that the Neteru ruled for tens of thousands of years. Ra reigned for 13,400 years, Osiris for 1,200, and Horus for another 300 before the line of demigod began. Only after this divine era did mortal kings rise. Egyptologists often dismiss these timelines as mythological exaggeration, yet their structure mirrors the Sumerian king list, another record of divine rule spanning millennia before the flood. 2 civilizations, separated by geography and language, yet both claiming the beginnings came from gods who lived among them. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of shared memory of real events? Every major Egyptian city was dedicated to a god who was said to have physically founded it. Memphis was built by Ptah, Heliopolis by Ra, Abydos by Osiris. The priests of these cities did not worship absent deities. They served literal legacies. The texts speak of the gods sailing across the heavens in boats of millions of years, descending to earth in glowing vessels, and teaching humanity the arts of civilization. The Great Pyramid texts, carved deep within the tombs of the Old Kingdom, describe how the pharaoh would ascend to join the gods in the sky, traveling on a stairway of fire. To modern readers, such words sound poetic, but could they have been descriptions of actual technology, machines of light capable of flight? The temples of Egypt hold another clue. Their design, geometry, and alignment to celestial bodies reveal an intelligence beyond simple religious devotion. The Temple of Dendera, for example, contains the famous zodiac of Dendera, a stone carving that depicts the constellations with exact astronomical accuracy, as they appear more than 12,000 years ago, long before the temple's official construction date. On its ceiling are strange shapes resembling light bulbs connected by cords, known as the Dendera lamps. Egyptologists interpret these as symbolic lotuses, yet electrical engineers have noted their resemblance to early vacuum tubes. The temple inscriptions themselves speak of the light of Ra that shines in the dark chamber, a line that implies literal illumination. Could the Egyptians have inherited knowledge of energy or power systems from their divine teachers? Then there is Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom and science, said to have written the sacred texts that held the secrets of the universe, the so-called Emerald Tablets of Thoth. These writings, referenced by Greek and Arabic scholars centuries later, describe an advanced understanding of mathematics, chemistry, and cosmic law. In them, Thoth speaks not as a mythic figure, but as an immortal being. I, Thoth, the Atlantean, master of mysteries, keeper of records, who brought from the great city of the gods the wisdom of the stars. If Thoth truly was an Atlantean survivor, as the tablets claim, then the birth of Egyptian civilization might have been a direct continuation of a lost world destroyed by cataclysm. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of divine influence lies in Egypt's obsession with perfection. Every line, every angle, every celestial alignment of its monuments was executed with near superhuman precision. The ancient Egyptians said they were not merely building temples, but recreating the pattern of heaven upon earth. The gods had shown them how. The Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and the temples of Luxor were designed not only as tombs or sanctuaries, but as instruments, machines of stone resonating with cosmic frequencies. Priests refer to them as houses of life, vessels through which the essence of the gods could be preserved and transmitted. Even the pharaohs, those divine kings of flesh and blood, saw themselves not as rulers, but as intermediaries between gods and men. Each wore the uraeus, the serpent crown, symbol of divine DNA, the mark of those whose bloodline descended from the Neteru. Ancient texts are explicit. The pharaoh was of the seed of the gods. The rituals of coronation were not acts of human sovereignty, but of reactivation, ceremonies meant to awaken the god within. Could it be that these rulers preserved remnants of an ancient hybrid lineage, carry within their veins the genetic legacy of the beings who first ruled the Nile? Yet, with every generation, the connection weakened. The gods withdrew, the temples grew silent, and the priests began to worship symbols instead of the real beings those symbols once represented. But traces of the divine age remained. In hieroglyphs, the gods are depicted walking among humans, shaking hands, offering tools and scepters, acts of cooperation, not worship. The humans stand beside them as students before teachers. It is a relationship, not reverence. The message is clear. The gods of Egypt were once present, tangible, physical, and profoundly human in their interaction with mankind. What if Egypt's civilization was not born from human imagination, but rebuilt upon divine blueprints? If the priests' records are true, then Egypt did not merely inherit knowledge. It remembered it. The temples and monuments were not just religious centers, but archives of technology, astronomy, and metaphysics, encoded to survive cycles of destruction and rebirth. Perhaps this is why Egypt's architecture defies erosion in time. It was designed not for worship but for continuity, to preserve the memory of the gods who once walked there. As the sun sets over the golden horizon, casting its last light upon the ancient stones of Karnak and Luxor, one cannot help but wonder if those rays illuminate more than just the past. Could it be that within the very stones of Egypt, in the geometry of its sacred sites, lies a message left by the gods themselves, a message awaiting rediscovery when humanity is ready to remember where it truly came from? If the Sumerians gave us the written word, then Egypt gave us the visual code, the divine architecture of heaven mirrored on earth. And together, they form the earliest evidence of a time long forgotten, when gods indeed walked among men, and humanity's destiny was forever changed by their presence. Far to the west of the Nile, across the shifting sands and the azure sea, lies a mystery that refuses to die. The legend of Atlantis, the lost world said to perish beneath the waves. For centuries, scholars, explorers, and dreamers have sought this vanished land, guided only by whispers preserved in ancient texts. Yet, what if Atlantis was not merely a fable? What if it was a very bridge between gods and men, the cradle of forgotten epic when divine beings ruled the earth, before the great flood reshaped the world? The earliest account of Atlantis comes from the Greek philosopher Plato, who claimed that his ancestor Solon heard the story from Egyptian priests in the city of Sais. They told of a mighty island empire beyond the Pillars of Heracles, today's Strait of Gibraltar, that possessed unimaginable power and knowledge. The priests at Atlantis had ruled the seas, constructing temples of gold and orichalcum, wielding advanced technology, and conducting experiments that blurred the line between magic and science. But its pride brought ruin. The gods, angered by the Atlanteans' arrogance, unleashed a cataclysm, a flood and earthquake that swallowed their civilization in a single day and night of misfortune. For millennia, Atlantis was treated as myth. Yet, as archaeology and geology advanced, strange evidence began to surface, ruins, maps, and artifacts hinting at a civilization that predated Egypt and Sumer. Oceanic plateaus, submerged cities off the coast of Cuba, Japan, and India, and ancient maps like the Pyre Reefs map show coastlines and land masses that should have been unknown to ancient cartographers. Scientists began to notice something unsettling. The end of the last ice age, roughly 11,600 years ago, the exact date Plato gives for Atlantis' fall, coincide with the Younger Dryas cataclysm, a period of sudden global flooding and temperature shifts caused by massive comet impacts or melting ice sheets. If the Egyptian priests told Solon the truth, then Atlantis existed before this cataclysm, a world advanced enough to map the poles, understand astronomy, and master architecture on a scale that would not reappear for thousands of years. The question remains, who were the Atlanteans? The ancient texts describe them as a hybrid race, part divine, part human, descended from gods who mingled with mortals. Their leader, Poseidon, took a mortal woman named Cleito and fathered 10 sons, each ruling a portion of the island. This echoes the Sumerian tales of the Anunnaki, who divided Earth among themselves after descending from the heavens. Both traditions speak of a golden age, followed by corruption, rebellion, and destruction by flood. Could Atlantis and the pre-flood Mesopotamian world have been one and the same? Recent discoveries in the Azores, the Caribbean Basin, and the Gulf of Cadiz have revived the possibility of submerged landmass that once supported a complex civilization. Sonar imaging has revealed geometric formations, massive stone structures lying deep beneath the Atlantic floor. Skeptics dismiss these as natural formations, but independent marine researchers have identified rectangular alignments and corridors resembling streets. One submerged plateau, known as the Cuban underwater city, discovered in 2001, consists of immense stone blocks arranged in patterns too precise to be random. Some measure hundreds of tons each, similar to megaliths found in Egypt and Peru. Ancient cultures from both sides of the Atlantic preserve memories of a drowned homeland. The Maya and Aztec legends speak of Aslan, the place of whiteness, where the gods came from and to which their ancestors longed to return. The Dogon tribe of West Africa tells of a lost land in the Western Ocean, home to godlike beings called the Namo, who descended from the stars and taught humanity mathematics and astronomy. Even the Basque people of Europe, whose language predates Indo-European tongues, speak of an ancestral homeland destroyed by water. These scattered myths seem to point toward a shared origin, the memory of a lost civilization that once spanned the world. The architecture of Atlantis, as described by Plato, also mirrors sacred geometry found in later cultures. The Atlantean capital was arranged in concentric circles, land and water alternating, symbolizing harmony between earth and heaven. The same design appears in the layout of Stonehenge, Tiwanaku, and even the Temple of the Sun at Machu Picchu. Archaeologists often attribute these similarities to coincidence, but esoteric scholars argue that they represent a universal blueprint, remnants of a global civilization that transmitted its sacred geometry across continents after the fall of Atlantis. Even more haunting are the mysterious ruins found high in the Andes and deep beneath the sea, which appear to have been shaped with lost technologies. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Pumapunku defy explanation. They fit together with such accuracy that a single razor blade cannot pass between them. Modern engineers admit they would struggle to replicate such craftsmanship without advanced tools. The question is simple yet staggering. How did ancient people, with no evidence of steel or machinery, carve and move multi-ton blocks with flawless precision? Some researchers suggest these sites were built by survivors of Atlantis, refugees who carried fragments of their lost knowledge to the mountains of South America, Egypt, and beyond. The myth of Atlantis also speaks of a source of divine power, the crystal of fire, a radiant energy that powered their temples and aircraft. Ancient depictions from Mesoamerica to Egypt show beings holding strange orbs or crystals, often surrounded by electrical or radiant motifs. Could these represent remnants of Atlantean energy devices? According to esoteric texts, the Atlanteans harnessed the Earth's magnetic grid through massive crystal generators that drew energy from the planet's core. When they abused this power for war, the energy destabilized, causing massive earthquakes and floods that destroyed their world. This account eerily parallels modern theories about ancient energy sources and the dangers of weaponized technology. The deeper one dives into the legend of Atlantis, the clearer its fingerprints appear across history. Plato's account ends not with the destruction of humanity, but with rebirth. The survivors, the priest said, fled to distant lands, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Americas, carrying the torch of knowledge. They became the gods of legend, the bringers of agriculture, astronomy, and sacred law. If this is true, then Atlantis was not just a lost island. It was the womb of civilization itself. Modern science still hesitates to connect these dots. Mainstream archaeologists view the flood myths and the idea of a pre-ice age civilization as symbolic, not historical. Yet evidence continues to accumulate. From ancient maps depicting ice-free Antarctica to megalithic ruins older than agriculture itself, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. The sudden appearance of advanced architecture, metallurgy, and celestial knowledge around 10,000 BC may not have been spontaneous evolution, but a real awakening, a remembering of what was lost when Atlantis fell. If Atlantis was indeed real, then its story serves as both revelation and warning. Its rise and fall echo the eternal cycle of human ambition and divine consequence. The gods who walked among men may have been rulers of Atlantis, guiding humanity until pride and power led to their own destruction. The flood that followed wiped clean the slate of history, leaving only scattered memories and monuments. But the echoes of that lost world still call to us, in the ruins beneath the waves, in the midst of every continent, and in the deep, intuitive sense that humanity's story began far earlier and with far greater beings than we have ever been allowed to believe. Perhaps the question is not if Atlantis existed, but how much of it still survives. Hidden in our DNA, our myths, and the monuments that silently watch us from the dawn of time. For in remembering Atlantis, We may be recalling not just a lost continent, but a forgotten age when gods truly walked among men. High upon the windswept plains of Anatolia, long before the rise of Egypt or Sumer, a strange monument was unearthed, one that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human civilization. This place is Göbekli Tepe, a name that now echoes like a challenge to the official timeline of history. Built around 11,600 years ago, precisely at the end of the last ice age, the very same period Plato claimed Atlantis vanished, Göbekli Tepe stands as the earliest known temple complex in the world. And yet, the question that has baffled every archaeologist since its discovery is simple: who built it and why? Rising from the arid hills of southeastern Turkey, Göbekli Tepe is no mere collection of ruins. It is a vast complex of circular stone enclosures, each filled with towering T-shaped pillars, some over 20 feet tall and weighing up to 20 tons. Many are intricately carved with images of animals: foxes, lions, snakes, scorpions, and vultures, symbols of death, rebirth, and cosmic power. But what truly astonishes is the craftsmanship. These stones were not the work of primitive hunter-gatherers wielding stone tools. They were precisely cut, aligned, and arranged with sophistication that implies advanced engineering, astronomical knowledge, and organized labor, all at least 6,000 years before Stonehenge or the Egyptian pyramids. Mainstream archaeology tells us that complex construction required agriculture, stable settlements, and written language. Yet Göbekli Tepe defies this logic. Its builders appear to have had none of these things. There are no traces of villages, no evidence of domestic crops, no tools suggesting large-scale farming. According to conventional history, such a site should not exist. And yet it does, rising from the dust like a monument left by another world. When German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt first excavated the site in the 1990s, he called it the world's first cathedral. But he later admitted something deeply unsettling. The technology and knowledge required to build Göbekli Tepe did not match the supposed capabilities of its era. It's as if, Schmidt said, these people inherited knowledge from somewhere else, a culture that had already mastered architecture, art, and astronomy. The layout of Göbekli Tepe is another enigma. The site enclosures are aligned with specific celestial constellations, particularly Orion, Sirius, and the Pleiades, stars that have held sacred importance across countless civilizations. Advanced computer modeling has shown that these alignments mark not the sky of 9000 BCE, when the site was in use, but the sky of 10,950 BCE, a date that precisely coincides with the end of the Ice Age cataclysm and the supposed destruction of Atlantis. Could this be a coincidence? Or was Göbekli Tepe built by survivors of that lost world, a kind of memorial to the gods and knowledge they once possessed? The carvings on the pillars may hold the key. One famous relief, known as the Vulture Stone, depicts a series of celestial symbols: a scorpion, representing Scorpio, a vulture holding a sphere, and other figures that correspond to constellations. Astronomers have interpreted this carving as a star map, recording a catastrophic event in the sky, possibly a comet impact around 10,950 BCE. That date again matches the Younger Dryas event, the mysterious period of global flooding and climate upheaval that wiped out much of the world's megafauna and reshaped human civilization. If Göbekli Tepe's builders were recording such an event, then they were astronomers, historians, and survivors, not primitive tribesmen. The temple then becomes something more, a message carved in stone by those who lived to the end of an age, a remembrance of divine teachers who came from the stars, or perhaps fell from the heavens. The twin T-shaped pillars that stand at the center of each circular enclosure are especially striking. They are humanoid in form. Arms, hands, belts, and loincloths are carved in relief. These are not abstract idols. They are portraits of beings, yet their faces are missing. It's as if the identity of these beings was deliberately hidden, erased, or perhaps deemed too sacred to depict. Many researchers believe they represent the gods or ancestors of the builders, tall, faceless entities that walked the earth in forgotten epic. Some ancient lore from the region speaks of these same figures. The Hurrian and Hittite texts refer to ancient gods known as the Anunnaki and Watchers, who descended before the flood and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The later Book of Enoch describes Watchers who descended upon Mount Hermon, not far from Göbekli Tepe, and gave humanity forbidden knowledge of metalwork, astronomy, and agriculture. Could these stories be memories of the same beings commemorated at Göbekli Tepe? Even the name of the site, Göbekli Tepe, the Belly Hill, evokes symbolism of birth and renewal. Perhaps it represents not the beginning of civilization, but its rebirth after the cataclysm. Intriguingly, at some point after centuries of use, the entire site was deliberately buried under thousands of tons of earth. This was not erosion or natural decay. It was intentional. Whoever sealed Göbekli Tepe wanted it hidden, preserved for a future age. Why? The answer remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. Some suggest the builders knew another disaster was coming. Others believe the site was buried to protect its sacred energy or to ensure that its message would survive the end of their world. And what message might that be? Hidden among the carvings is a recurring motif, a circle within a circle, often surrounded by animals and stars. To ancient eyes, this symbolized eternity, cycles, and the unity between heaven and earth. Some researchers see it as an early form of the flower of life, a sacred geometric pattern later found in Egyptian temples, and even Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks. The same symbol reappears thousands of years later in distant lands, from the temples of India to the ruins of the Americas, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe was part of a much older global tradition. There's also the strange absence of everyday artifacts at the site. No homes, no burials, no domestic tools, only monumental architecture. Whoever built it came there for one purpose only: ritual, remembrance, and possibly contact. Some theorists propose that Göbekli Tepe was a kind of stellar observatory or even a communication portal, a place where the ancient survivors attempted to reconnect with their celestial teachers. The precise astronomical alignments lend credence to the idea that the site functioned as a bridge between worlds, human and divine, earthly and cosmic. In recent years, underground scanning has revealed dozens of yet unexcavated enclosures stretching across the landscape, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe is only a small part of a much larger network of ancient sites. Some lie beneath mountains. Others are buried deep under modern settlements. The full scope may take generations to uncover. But one truth is already clear. This was no isolated anomaly. It was the center of an ancient tradition that radiated outward, influencing every later culture that arose in its shadow. The story of Göbekli Tepe forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about human history. If hunter-gatherers did not build it, and the evidence suggests they could not have, then we must accept the possibility that it was constructed by a forgotten civilization, one that had inherited the knowledge of the gods. Perhaps it was the first sanctuary of the post-flood world, built by those who remembered when divine beings once walked the earth. Standing among those towering pillars, carved by hands that vanished over 10,000 years ago, one feels an uncanny silence, as though the stones themselves are waiting for us to remember. The wind carries whispers of an age when sky and earth were one, when humans were not alone, and when the stars were still home to our teachers. Göbekli Tepe is not merely the oldest temple. It is the first clue, a doorway to the time before time, when the boundary between gods and men was not yet drawn. Deep in the jungles of South America, beneath layers of earth and vegetation, lies another enigma that challenges the very timeline of human civilization, a set of ruins so ancient and precise that even modern engineers struggle to explain them. This is Pumapunku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia, perched high upon the Andean Plateau near Lake Titicaca, more than 12,000 feet above sea level. It is a place of impossible stones, laser straight cuts, and architectural perfection that should not exist, at least not in an age before metal tools, cranes, or even the wheel. Archaeologists have long claimed that Tiwanaku was built around 500 AD, but Pumapunku tells another story. Its megaliths, some weighing more than 130 tons, are composed of andesite and red sandstone, materials so hard they rival granite. These massive blocks were quarried miles away and somehow transported across rugged terrain and steep mountainsides. Even today, moving such stones will require industrial machinery. Yet the builders of Pumapunku achieved this with unknown means, thousands of years before the Inca and possibly before any recorded civilization in the Americas. The true shock, however, lies in precision. Each block at Pumapunku is carved with mathematical accuracy, interlocking geometric shapes, right angles, drill holes, and perfectly smooth surfaces. The famous H blocks, found scattered across the site, fit together like components of a machine, identical down to the millimeter. Their symmetry and proportion reveal not only artistic intent but technical mastery, a level of precision associated with modern machining. Engineers have analyzed the surfaces and concluded that such precision cannot be achieved with primitive stone tools. Some suggest the use of diamond-tipped instruments, high-speed rotary saws, or a technology completely unknown to us. The Inca themselves, when asked by the Spanish conquistadors who built Tiwanaku, admitted that it was a work of the Viracocha gods who came from the stars. These gods, they said, descended after a great flood, bringing with them the light of knowledge. They reshaped the world, teaching the people how to farm, build, and worship. Then, as mysteriously as they arrived, they departed, promising to return when the stars aligned once more. The name Viracocha literally means foam of the sea, or shining one from the waters, suggesting that these beings emerged from the ocean, or perhaps, as some interpretations hint, from the sky reflected in the water. The legends of the Andes tell of these gods as tall, pale-skinned beings with radiant eyes and the power to command thunder and light. The chroniclers of the Spanish conquest recorded the same descriptions from multiple tribes, that before the time of the Inca, white gods had come and built the great cities of stone, then vanished. Were these truly deities, or could they have been survivors of an earlier, more advanced civilization, the same lost world that gave rise to the myths of Atlantis and the gods of Sumer and Egypt? Even more intriguing is Pumapunka's astronomical alignment. The site is positioned with exacting precision to the cardinal directions, and some of its structures correspond to solstices and equinoxes. The nearby Kalasasaya temple functions as an observatory, allowing the tracking of celestial cycles with stunning accuracy. Yet the current alignment is slightly off, a discrepancy that occurs only if the site was built more than 15,000 years ago, when Earth's axial tilt and position of the stars were different. If this is true, Pumapunka may predate every known civilization on the planet. The Andean legends held a time when the sun stood still, when chaos reigned and the world was remade. This could be a cultural memory of the same cataclysm recorded in the flood myths of other civilizations, the global event that ended the last ice age. The people of the Andes claim their ancestors survived this deluge in caverns beneath the mountains, emerging after the waters receded. When they returned to the surface, they were guided by the Viracocha gods, who reconstructed the temples of the world. Could Pumapunka be one of those reconstructions, a temple built to honor the gods who rebuilt civilization after great destruction? Modern excavations have uncovered layers of sediment and fossilized algae beneath the Tiwanaku complex, suggesting that the entire region was once underwater, precisely as the legends claim. This revelation places the site's construction before the last uplift of the Andes, when the Titicaca Basin was part of a vast inland sea. Geological evidence confirms that such an event occurred at least 12,000 years ago, again aligning with the global cataclysm that ended the Ice Age. The implication is staggering. Pumapunku could be the remnant of an Atlantean-era civilization that survived high in the mountains while the rest of the world drowned. The purpose of the site remains unknown. There are no inscriptions, no tombs, and no clear signs of habitation. The sheer scale of the stones and the complexity of their arrangement suggest that Pumapunku was not merely ceremonial. Some researchers believe it was a technological facility, perhaps a power station, a port, or even a stargate. The precision-cut channels and grooves in the stones resemble tracks for conduits or energy flows. Ancient Andean art frequently depicts a chicana, or Andean cross, a symbol of the three worlds, the upper, celestial, middle earthly, and lower underworld. Pumapunku's design seems to embody this cosmology, serving as a literal intersection between heaven and earth. The engineering at Pumapunku also suggests knowledge of resonance and vibration. The andesite blocks, when struck, produce distinct tones, as though tuned to specific frequencies. This has led to speculation that the builders used sonic technology to cut and move the stones, employing sound waves to lift and shape materials in ways modern science is only beginning to understand. The same principle appears in myths from Egypt to Tibet, of priests moving stones with chants or trumpets, of the sound that makes matter obey. Could these stories be the fading memory of real technologies possessed by the ancient gods? Nearby, at Tiwanaku, stands a gateway of the sun, an enormous monolith carved with images of celestial beings and strange geometric patterns. The central figure is a winged deity holding two staffs, surrounded by 48 smaller entities, perhaps representing the solar calendar or the constellations. Scholars identify this figure as Viracocha himself, the great civilizer, the maker of men. But some researchers notice details that seem technological, rays emerging from his head like electrical discharges, a face that resembles a helmet, and motifs that look like gears or circuitry. What if the sun gate was not merely symbolic, but a literal record of cosmic technology? The more one studies Puma Punku, the more it becomes clear that it does not belong to any known culture. It is a fragment, a surviving outpost of something far older. Every civilization that came after seemed to inherit and imitate its grandeur, but none ever matched it. Its builders remain anonymous, their techniques lost to time, and yet their fingerprints, the precision, the geometry, the alignment with the heavens, match those found in other impossible sites around the world: Giza, Baalbek, Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, Easter Island. Could all these places have been built by a single global culture, the legacy of the gods who walked the earth? As the Andean winds sweep across the desolate plain, one can still feel presence, ancient, silent, and watchful. The stones of Puma Punku seem less like ruins and more like the remnants of a vast machine, half buried and half forgotten. Perhaps they were once part of a network, an energy grid that linked sacred sites across the planet. Perhaps, like Göbekli Tepe, Puma Punku was intentionally destroyed and buried, hidden from the eyes of future generations until humanity was ready to rediscover its origins. What remains undeniable is this: Puma Punku should not exist. Its existence alone demands that we rewrite our history. Whether it was built by the gods themselves, by their hybrid descendants, or by the survivors of fallen golden age, its stones whisper of a time when divine knowledge shaped the world, and of a power once wielded by those who truly walked among men. High above the deserts of Peru, stretching across nearly 500 square kilometers, lies one of the most enduring enigmas of ancient history: the Nazca Lines. From the ground, they appear as nothing more than faint scratches on the arid plains. But from the sky, a breathtaking picture emerges. Hundreds of colossal geoglyphs depicting animals, humans, geometric patterns, and unexplainable straight lines running for miles across the desert floor. These lines have survived for thousands of years, untouched by wind or rain, as if preserved intentionally by a power that transcends time. The Nazca Lines were first brought to global attention in the 1920s, when pilots flying over southern Peru during early commercial routes noticed the strange designs etched into the earth. Their discovery sparked one of the greatest archaeological mysteries ever recorded. Who created these vast figures? How did they do it with such precision? And, most importantly, why? Traditional archaeologists suggest that the Nazca people, who inhabited the region between 200 BC and 600 AD, made the lines as part of ritual practices to honor their gods, particularly those connected to fertility, water, and agriculture. According to this view, the lines were ceremonial pathways or offerings to deities who could see them from above. But this explanation, while comforting to academia, fails to address the astonishing complexity and scale of the geoglyphs. Some lines stretch perfectly straight for more than 15 miles, crossing hills, valleys, and uneven terrain without a single visible deviation. Others form immense images: a monkey with a spiraling tail, a hummingbird drawn with geometric precision, a spider, a condor, a dog, and even what appears to be a humanoid figure waving at the heavens. When viewed from above, the only vantage point from which they make sense, these images appear to have been created using surveying and measurement techniques that should have been far beyond the technological reach of a pre-industrial culture. The precision of the lines is not only visual, but mathematical. Many align with astronomical phenomena, solstices, equinoxes, and star risings. Researchers like Maria Reich, the German mathematician who devoted her life to studying the Nazca Lines, proposed that they were part of a massive celestial calendar. The lines, she suggested, were pathways of light and shadow, tracking the movement of the sun, moon, and specific stars, a kind of open-air observatory. But even Reich admitted that certain figures seemed to defy astronomical logic, as if they had purposes unknown to human understanding. The alternative theory, far more provocative, claims the Nazca lines were built as landing markers for gods or visitors descending from the sky. Eric von Daniken, in his groundbreaking work Chariots of the Gods, proposed that the lines served as ancient runways for extraterrestrial spacecraft. He noted that the perfectly straight, wide strips resemble modern airstrips, and that many of them converge near key ceremonial centers, almost like terminals. If viewed from high altitude, the entire Nazca region takes on the appearance of a giant navigation system, as though designed for beings who could fly. While mainstream science dismisses this idea as fantasy, the evidence remains perplexing. How could a pre-industrial society maintain such straight lines over rugged terrain without aerial guidance? Even today, creating a design of such magnitude would require modern surveying tools and aerial oversight. The Nazca had neither. The only plausible way to plan these vast figures would be from above, yet no record suggests that the Nazca people ever achieved flight, unless, of course, they were following instructions from those who did. Adding to the mystery, some lines seem to point toward other ancient sites, Machu Picchu, Tiwanaku, and even distant locations like Easter Island and Giza. Ancient astronaut theorists argue that these alignments form part of a global energy grid, a network of power points or ley lines that once connected the world's sacred sites. The Nazca Plateau, sitting directly on one of these energetic intersections, may have been a beacon for celestial navigation or communication, not merely symbolic but functional. There's also the question of scale and proportion. The geoglyphs maintain consistent ratios even when stretched across multiple acres, suggesting the use of a master template or advanced geometric understanding. For example, the Nazca hummingbird is drawn with exact bilateral symmetry, and its wings extend hundreds of feet, perfectly even on both sides. To achieve this without aerial assistance implies a degree of coordination, measurement, and precision that far exceeds what could be achieved with sticks and ropes alone. What's even stranger is that many of the figures seem to represent non-native species. The monkey, for instance, is not typical of Peru's arid region. Its species belongs to the jungles of the Amazon, hundreds of miles away. The whale and spider designs are equally out of place. What were desert dwellers doing creating elaborate depictions of rainforest and marine life they would never have seen firsthand, unless these figures represented something more profound? Perhaps mythological beings, or even creatures observed from above, as though the artists themselves were looking down upon Earth. One of the most fascinating designs is the astronaut, a large humanoid figure carved into the hillside, with large circular eyes and an arm raised skyward. Mainstream archaeologists call it a shaman or hunter, but to many observers, it resembles something entirely different. A figure wearing what appears to be a helmet or suit, complete with antenna-like headgear. The proportions, the pose, and the isolation of the figure evoke a sense that this being was not of this earth, perhaps a literal depiction of a sky god. When viewed in the broader context of Andean mythology, the Nazca lines begin to make even more sense. Local legends speak of Viracocha and the sky serpents, luminous beings who descended from the heavens to teach humanity the arts of civilization. Some versions say these gods traveled in chariots of light, descending upon specific locations to establish sacred centers. Could the Nazca lines have been created as landing zones or welcome symbols for these gods? Massive beacons carved into the earth to guide their descent? Modern researchers have also discovered magnetic anomalies and subterranean structures beneath the Nazca Plateau. Some geoglyphs sit directly above natural aquifers and fault lines, areas that generate measurable electromagnetic energy. The theory emerges that the Nazca lines may have functioned as part of an ancient energy harnessing system, using the Earth's geomagnetic field to generate power or communicate across vast distances. This could explain why the designs remain remarkably preserved. Perhaps the ground itself was treated or charged to maintain their form. Another overlooked clue lies in the method of construction. The lines were created by removing a thin layer of reddish-brown iron oxide, coated pebbles to reveal the pale earth beneath. Yet this seemingly simple process would have required an incredible understanding of proportions, visibility, and maintenance. Some geoglyphs have survived over 2,000 years without significant erosion, a feat impossible unless the creators understood the region's unique climate and geochemical stability. It's as if the builders knew they were designing something meant to last, until humanity could once again look down from the skies. For centuries, the Nazca lines have defied all attempts at definitive explanation. Were they messages to the gods, calendars for the stars, or coordinates for celestial visitors? Perhaps they were all of these, or something even more profound. The truth may lie not in one theory, but in the intersection of science and myth, where the line between the sacred and the technological blurs. Standing upon the Nazca Desert, one feels an eerie silence, a vast, sunburned expanse stretching endlessly, marked by symbols too great to comprehend. There are no temples here, no idols, no written language, only the land itself transformed into a message, perhaps, not for those who walked the earth, but for those who once flew above it. Were these immense designs ancient prayers carved into the soil, or ancient signals meant to guide the return of the gods? Whatever the answer, one thing is clear. The Nazca lines stand as a conversation between heaven and earth, a language written not in words, but in geometry, waiting still for someone to finally decode it. Across the Mediterranean Sea, beyond the ruins of Egypt and Greece, lies a small island whose crumbling temples whisper of an age far older than written history. This island, Malta, holds secrets that defy archaeological timelines, for beneath its sunlit landscapes lie megalithic temples older than Stonehenge, older than the Great Pyramids of Giza, and possibly built by a civilization that vanished long before the dawn of recorded time. The Maltese temples are a silent enigma, a testimony to a forgotten age when gods, or those mistaken for them, walked among men. The official narrative tells us that the Maltese temple builders emerged around 3600 BC and disappeared roughly 1,000 years later, leaving behind no trace of writing, no clear cultural descendants, and no explanation for their sudden extinction. Yet what they left behind is so advanced, both architecturally and symbolically, that it challenges every assumption about the technological and spiritual capacities of early humans. Across the islands of Malta and Gozo stand more than 30 megalithic structures, many still aligned with celestial events and echoing mathematical precision. The most famous of these are Gantija, Hagar-Kim, Nadra, and Tarxian. Their names, derived from local legends, speak of giants. Gantija literally means Tower of the Giants. According to folklore, the temples were built by a race of massive beings who lived among humans in the distant past, lifting stones with ease at modern cranes which struggle to move. The blocks used in these temples weigh up to 50 tons, fitted together without mortar, yet standing perfectly stable after more than 5 millennia. Their walls curve organically, creating spaces that feel less constructed and more grown, as if shaped by knowledge of sacred geometry rather than simple engineering. When viewed from above, the Maltese temples form distinct patterns, many resembling the shape of the female form, broad at the base, narrowing at the top. Archaeologists interpret this as a fertility symbol, but others see something deeper, a deliberate representation of the Earth Mother, the same archetype worshipped across ancient cultures as Ishtar, Isis, Inanna, or Gaia. In several temples, statues of corpulent, faceless female figures, the so-called fat ladies of Malta, were discovered. They are unlike any known depiction of human form, with exaggerated proportions and abstract, almost alien features. Could these have represented not primitive fertility idols, but memories of beings who were not entirely human? At the temple of Hagar-Kim, perfectly drilled holes align with the rising of the sun during the summer solstice. As the first rays of dawn pierce the stone, they illuminate a specific altar deep within the temple, casting an oval beam of light, an effect that would have required astronomical knowledge and architectural planning far beyond the presumed capacity of Neolithic builders. The same solar precision is found at Nadra, where the layout forms a complex calendar that could track not only solstices and equinoxes, but lunar cycles as well. Each chamber is aligned to a different celestial event, transforming the entire structure into a living observatory, one that harmonizes the heavens and the earth. These temples also display something else, acoustic design. Within certain chambers, the human voice resonates at specific frequencies, amplifying chants and creating standing waves that induce altered states of consciousness. Modern sound engineers have measured these effects, discovering that the resonant frequency of the main temple at Hagar-Kim is approximately 111 Hz, a tone long associated with deep meditation and healing in ancient traditions. This raises a question. Were these structures not only temples, but machines of sound and light, capable of transforming human awareness and possibly communicating with other realms? What's even more extraordinary lies beneath the island. Hidden under the streets of Valletta and Paola is the Hal Saflieni Hypogeum, a sprawling underground complex carved entirely by hand from solid limestone. Its labyrinth of chambers, tunnels, and altars descends 3 stories deep, with some areas so precise that they appear machined. The Hypogeum was discovered accidentally in 1902 and has since revealed thousands of human remains, small, delicate skeletons, some with elongated skulls that have sparked controversy for decades. The official explanation claims these skulls were the result of genetic or ritual deformation, but local accounts and early reports describe them as non-human, possessing larger cranial capacity and strange bone structures. Even more chilling is the acoustic phenomenon found within the Hypogeum's oracle chamber. When a deep male voice speaks within the chamber, the sound reverberates throughout the entire structure, producing a harmonic resonance that affects the human brain, particularly the left temporal lobe, linked to emotion and intuition. Modern researchers who tested these effects reported altered perceptions, dizziness, and even hallucinations. Was this temple designed as an initiatory portal, meant to shift consciousness and connect initiates with the divine, or something else entirely? Perhaps it was a chamber engineered by an advanced intelligence to manipulate sound and energy, enabling communication with entities from beyond our physical plane. Another unresolved question is how such massive constructions were achieved on an island with limited resources. Malta has no large forests, meaning there was little wood available to build scaffolding or rollers for transporting stones. Yet somehow, its builders moved and shaped multi-ton blocks with astonishing precision. Some walls appear to have been molded rather than carved, as though the stone had been softened or liquefied, an idea supported by unusual surface textures that resemble poured material. If true, this could mean that the temple builders possessed a form of geopolymer technology, the ability to manipulate stone at a molecular level, a technique only rediscovered in modern times. Local legends add another layer to the mystery. Ancient Maltese tales speak of the Sleeping Lady, a goddess who once dwelled beneath the island and guarded secret chambers connecting to the underworld. Some stories claim that tunnels beneath the Hypogeum stretch for miles, linking to the sea, and that expeditions sent to explore them in the early 20th century mysteriously vanished. According to old newspaper reports, a group of school children who entered the site before its closure never returned, leading to the sealing of certain lower levels. Whether these tales are truth or myth, they reflect the island's long-standing association with hidden worlds beneath the earth, echoing ancient global legends of underground civilizations and the hollow earth. From a symbolic perspective, Malta's temples form part of a sacred axis, an ancient stepping stone route across the Mediterranean. Their alignments correspond not only to celestial events, but to other megalithic centers across Europe and North Africa. Some researchers believe Malta once stood at the heart of a lost land bridge connecting Europe to North Africa, possibly part of Atlantis before the Great Flood that submerged its coasts. Geological studies support the idea that sea levels rose dramatically around 12,000 years ago, drowning vast areas that would have connected Malta with Sicily and Tunisia. Could it be that the Maltese temples are the last surviving fragments of a once great maritime civilization, one that vanished beneath the waves, remembered only in myth? Even the placement of Malta itself is intriguing. Sitting almost exactly midway between the pyramids of Egypt and the temples of Sardinia and the Balearic Islands, it occupies a central position along what some call the Atlantean Energy Corridor. The temple's alignment with both solar and magnetic fields suggests deliberate positioning, as though they were designed to channel energy across the Earth's grid. This concept, dismissed by mainstream science, is echoed in ancient myths describing the Earth as a living organism, its sacred sites serving as the chakras to which divine power flowed. Malta, it seems, was one such chakra, a sacred heart of the ancient world. And then there are the sound anomalies. When certain frequencies are played within the Hypogeum, instruments detect changes in electromagnetic activity, fluctuations that seem to respond to human presence and intention. Could this mean that Malta's temples were interactive structures, capable of amplifying consciousness or energy through resonance? If so, they were not primitive shrines but technological temples, tools for communication between worlds, bridging the human and the divine. The mystery of Malta, like that of so many other ancient sites, resists simple explanation. its builders disappeared, its purpose forgotten, its origins buried beneath myth. Yet when one walks among its silent stones or descends into its underground halls, a presence can be felt, ancient, intelligent, and familiar. Perhaps these were not merely the works of early farmers or stonemasons, but the enduring legacy of a civilization that once stood between man and God, a civilization whose knowledge was so advanced that it became indistinguishable from magic. Malta's temples stand as both a warning and a promise, a reminder that humanity's past is deeper, stranger, and far more interconnected than we dare imagine. Were these structures built by human hands guided by divine knowledge? Or were they, like so many other megalithic wonders, the footprints of the gods themselves, left behind to remind us that once, long ago, heaven and earth were one? Far out in the Pacific Ocean, isolated by thousands of miles of open sea, lies one of the world's most haunting archaeological enigmas, Easter Island or Rapa Nui. To most, it is known for its massive, solemn-faced statues, the moai, gazing silently across the island's windswept plains. But to those who look deeper, Easter Island is far more than a remote mystery. It is a riddle carved in stone, a monument to forgotten gods, vanished civilizations, and technologies that should not have existed in a place so remote. According to official history, the Polynesians arrived on Rapa Nui sometime around 1200 AD, sailing across the Pacific in wooden canoes. Within a few centuries, they had erected nearly 900 massive stone figures, some weighing over 80 tons and standing as tall as 33 feet. These moai were carved from volcanic tuff and then somehow transported miles across treacherous terrain, without wheels, draft animals, or metal tools. The mainstream explanation insists this was accomplished using ropes, levers, and raw manpower. Yet, when one truly examines the scale and precision of the moai, that explanation begins to crumble like sand beneath the surf. Each moai is unique, a stylized representation of the ancestors or gods of the islanders. But what puzzles researchers is their placement. The statues are not scattered randomly. They line the coasts, facing inland, as though guarding the island heart, except for a few rare ones that face outward toward the sea. These exceptions seem deliberate, as if they were meant to watch the horizon, waiting for someone or something to return. The native oral traditions of Rapa Nui speak of the sky beings or Auriki Henua, powerful entities who descended from the heavens and taught the first peoply arts of civilization. These beings, according to legend, could move the great stones with their voices. The moai were said to be walked into place through the use of mana, a sacred spiritual energy. The priests, invoking ancient chants, would command the statues to move, and, according to the legends, they obeyed. To the modern mind, this sounds mythical, but to those who study acoustic levitation and vibration technology, the story takes on a new light. Could the builders of Easter Island have possessed a form of sonic or anti-gravitational technology inherited from an earlier, more advanced civilization, one now lost to time? Adding to the mystery is the precision of the carving. The moai's faces are not crude or primitive. They exhibit balanced proportions, elongated features, and smooth symmetry. The skill required to carve these from volcanic rock rivals the artistry seen in the sculptures of Egypt or Mesopotamia. Even more astonishing, most of the moai are not isolated heads. They have full bodies, buried up to their necks in centuries of soil and sediment. Excavations have revealed complex carvings on their backs, including petroglyphs of serpents, celestial symbols, and what appear to be representations of energy waves or magnetic spirals. The largest of these statues, called El Gigani, weighs nearly 270 tons, far too massive to have been moved by primitive methods. Even with today's cranes, relocating such a monolith across miles of rough volcanic terrain would pose a formidable challenge. Yet, somehow, the ancient Rapa Nui did it, or so we are told. But perhaps they did not work alone. Perhaps they were guided or aided by those same gods whose likenesses they carved in stone. One of the most confounding features of the island is the Ahu platforms, massive stone foundations upon which many moai stand. These are constructed with polygonal masonry eerily similar to the styles found in Cusco, Sacsayhuaman, and Pumapunku, thousands of miles away across the ocean. Enormous, irregularly shaped stones are fitted together with laser-like precision, Without mortar, their edges so tight that even a blade of grass cannot pass between them. How did two supposedly isolated cultures, one in South America, one in the middle of the Pacific, produce the same construction techniques down to the smallest detail? Coincidence seems increasingly implausible. This connection has fueled theories of an ancient transoceanic civilization, one that predated recorded history and spanned continents. Many researchers link it to the lost continent of Mu or Lemuria, said to have sunk beneath the Pacific Ocean thousands of years ago. According to myth, the survivors of this cataclysm scattered across the globe, bringing with them their knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and stoneworking, the same knowledge later mirrored in Egypt, Sumer, and the Andes. If Easter Island was once part of this lost land, the Moai may be the silent remnant of a culture that once dominated the Pacific, a culture that understood the laws of the cosmos in ways we have long forgotten. The Rongorongo script, found carved on wooden tablets on Easter Island, deepens the mystery further. It remains one of the world's few undeciphered writing systems. The symbols, composed of intricate glyphs and geometric figures, bear resemblance to ancient scripts from distant civilizations, notably the Indus Valley, Minoan Linear A, and even pre-Maya hieroglyphs. Scholars have long debated its meaning, but some believe it encodes astronomical knowledge, perhaps instructions for navigation, star alignments, or sacred rituals connected to the gods. Could the Rongorongo script be the last surviving trace of a once global symbolic language, the same language of the gods referenced in myths from around the world? Even the location of Easter Island contributes to its aura of the impossible. It sits on one of the Earth's most powerful geomagnetic points, precisely along the 36th parallel south, a line that connects other megalithic and sacred sites across the globe. The island is also situated directly above a hot spot of telluric currents, natural electromagnetic fields that ancient civilizations are believed to have harnessed for energy. Some researchers suggest that the Moai may have functioned not merely as statues, but as antennae or resonators, channeling energy from the Earth into the sky, part of an ancient planetary grid designed to stabilize or communicate across long distances. There's also the enduring enigma of the Birdman cult that emerged on Rapa Nui after the Moai era. As the island's resources dwindled and its society collapsed, a new religion took hold, one that centered on the worship of a deity called Make-Make, described as a luminous god who descended from the heavens. Rituals involved contestants racing to retrieve the first egg of a seabird from a nearby islet, an act believed to symbolize divine selection or rebirth. Yet some depictions of Make-Make show him as a being with large eyes, elongated head, and radiant aura. Features eerily similar to Moai themselves and reminiscent of sky beings described in myths worldwide. Archaeological studies have revealed that many Moai were deliberately toppled at some point in history, often face down. Mainstream scholars attribute this to tribal warfare or cultural shifts. But another interpretation suggests something more profound, perhaps an act of defiance or mourning after the gods departed. Could it be that when the beings who once walked among them left the island, the people of Rapa Nui, in grief or rebellion, laid their effigies to rest, turning their faces away from the heavens that had once blessed them? The energy of Easter Island is palpable. Visitors report a sensation of both reverence and melancholy, as though the land itself remembers. The Moai stand as eternal sentinels, carved expressions of a story we no longer understand. Were they monuments to ancestors, or to beings who transcended human life? Were they religious icons or technological relics of forgotten science that merged spirituality and physics? Modern experiments have shown that some Moai have high magnetic readings, especially around their bases and eyes. This could be coincidence, or it could indicate a deliberate use of materials responsive to the Earth's energy fields. If so, the Moai may have served as energy anchors, balancing electromagnetic currents or even marking vortex points where the veil between worlds thins. In this light, the Moai are not simply statues. They are guardians of portals, keeping watch over the invisible doorways that once connected our world to that of the gods. Legends claim that when the gods left, they promised a return when the stars stand in their old places once again. That phrase, found in Polynesian oral tradition, echoes prophecies from Egypt, Sumer, and the Andes, each foretelling a time when the sky lords would come back from the heavens to restore the golden age of man. Could it be that Easter Island, sitting alone in the vast Pacific, is more than an archaeological site, that it is a signal point waiting silently for the return of those who build it? As the sun sets over Moai, their long shadows stretch across the volcanic earth, and for a moment, one can almost imagine them moving again, ancient guardians awakening as the stars ignite above. The wind whispers across their stone faces like a forgotten prayer, and the Pacific murmurs secrets only the gods remember. Easter Island is more than a mystery. It is a message carved in eternity, a monument that declares, once, long ago, the gods truly did walk among men. Deep in the Andean highlands of modern-day Peru lies one of the most bewildering enigmas of ancient architecture, Sacsayhuaman. Perched above the city of Cusco, once the capital of the Inca Empire, the Cyclopean fortress defies logic, gravity, and even time itself. To the naked eye, it appears as an immense wall of interlocking stones. But upon closer inspection, it becomes something altogether otherworldly. Each block, some weighing up to 350 tons, fits perfectly into the next without mortar, gaps, or error. The stones curve, twist, and lock like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle, so precise that even with modern laser cutting tools, such accuracy would be a challenge. The traditional narrative tells us that the Incas built Sacsayhuaman around 1400 AD, using stone hammers and simple chisels. Yet the more we look, the less this explanation holds up. Many of the stones bear no chisel marks at all. Instead, they look melted, as though once soft or malleable. Some surfaces appear almost liquid, with edges that have been molded to flow seamlessly into neighboring blocks. Could it be that the builders possessed a technique to soften stone, a lost form of geopolymer or vibrational technology that allowed them to mold megalithic blocks like clay? Mainstream archaeologists argue that this liquid stone appearance is simply the result of erosion. But erosion cannot account for the symmetrical, intentional curves or the way certain stones seem to wrap around each other in impossible ways, as though designed by an intelligence beyond human comprehension. If this were simple craftsmanship, why does it surpass the capability of all known tools from the Inca era? Even modern engineers have admitted that replicating Sacsayhuaman with today's machinery would be a monumental challenge, if not impossible, on the same scale. The precision of Sacsayhuaman is matched only by its mystery of purpose. Was it a fortress, as official history claims, or something far greater? Perhaps an energy complex or an ancient observatory aligned with cosmic forces. Its walls are arranged in a zigzag pattern, forming three tiers that mirror the serpent, a sacred symbol of transformation and knowledge in Andean cosmology. When viewed from above, these zigzags resemble lightning bolts or perhaps energy waves, hinting that Sacsayhuaman might not have been a military defense, but resonant structure designed to interact with the Earth's natural frequencies. Even more intriguingly, when researchers measured the site's geomagnetic activity, they discovered unusual readings, a higher concentration of magnetic flux between the stones, especially along the joints. This suggests the possibility that the structure was built with a precise understanding of telluric energy currents, electromagnetic fields that run through the planet. Ancient civilizations may have recognized these currents as the lifeblood of the Earth, using them to power or sustain sacred sites. Could Sacsayhuaman have been a kind of energy hub, a place where the breath of the gods could be harnessed for spiritual or technological purposes? Adding weight to this theory is the striking similarity between Sacsayhuaman's masonry and the megalithic constructions found at Pumapunku, Ollantaytambo, and even Easter Island, thousands of miles away across the ocean. The same seamless stonework, the same polygonal design, the same inexplicable craftsmanship, as if these structures were built by a single global culture with shared knowledge of advanced engineering principles. Some researchers refer to this as a megalithic signature, a universal architectural fingerprint left behind by an ancient civilization that predated and influenced the Incas, Egyptians, and Sumerians alike. Legend from the Andean region lend further credence to this idea. The local Quechua people tell the Viracochas, a mysterious race of tall, light-skinned beings who appeared from the sea in ancient times. They were said to have brought light and civilization to the world after a great cataclysm, teaching the ancestors how to farm, build, and understand the stars. According to the chronicles of the Spanish conquistadors, the Incas themselves denied building Sacsayhuaman. They claimed it was constructed by their gods long before their own empire began. The Viracochas, described as radiant, bearded, and clothed in white, were revered as sons of the sun, beings who possessed the power to move mountains, shape stone, and call down fire from the heavens. Could these descriptions be distorted memories of ancient visitors? Not divine in the supernatural sense, but advanced beings from a lost civilization or even another world. The parallels between the Viracochas and the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, or the Shining Ones of Egypt, are too numerous to ignore. Across cultures separated by oceans and time, humanity remembers gods who descended, taught, and departed, leaving behind monuments that still defy explanation. Another feature of Sacsayhuaman adds a deeper layer of mystery: the portals. Among the stone walls and terraces are strange, door-shaped carvings and niches, some leading nowhere, others cut into solid rock with uncanny smoothness. One of the most famous is Puerta de Hayumarca, or the Gate of the Gods, located near Lake Titicaca, a short distance from Cusco. Local shamans believe it is a stargate, an interdimensional doorway once used by the gods to travel between worlds. Ancient traditions tell of priests who could open this gate using golden discs, objects that have fallen from the sky. The alignment of Sacsayhuaman's walls and sightlines also appears intentional. During the solstices and equinoxes, the sun's rays fall perfectly between specific stones, illuminating certain pathways. The Incas later incorporated these alignments into their rituals, but it's possible they inherited the site from a far older culture that mapped the heavens with astonishing precision. When viewed through this lens, Sacsayhuaman becomes more than a fortress. It is a celestial instrument, an earthbound reflection of the cosmos above. Scientists studying the acoustic properties of the site discovered something equally extraordinary. When chants, drums, or certain frequencies are produced within the walls, the sound resonates, amplifying and bouncing between the massive stones in a harmonic pattern. This has led some researchers to speculate that Sacsayhuaman was intentionally designed as an acoustic resonator, capable of manipulating vibration for ritualistic or energetic purposes. Sound, or vibration, may have been the key technology of the ancients, allowing them to levitate, cut, and move stone through resonance. One cannot help but wonder if Sacsayhuaman was part of a global energy network. If we connect it via latitude and longitude to other megalithic sites, the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, Easter Island, and Tiwanaku, a geometric pattern emerges, suggesting these sites were not randomly placed but strategically aligned to harness and balance planetary energy. The builders may have understood Earth not merely as a planet, but as a living entity, a vast energetic system that could be tapped into, regulated, and harmonized through architecture. In recent years, researchers using LiDAR technology have found evidence that Sacsayhuaman may extend underground, a labyrinth of tunnels, chambers, and hidden caverns that connect it to other sacred sites across Cusco. The Incas spoke of a serpent road, a subterranean network built by the gods themselves. Some explorers claim to have heard strange humming sounds within these tunnels, low-frequency vibrations that resonate with the walls as though the stones themselves are alive. If these reports are true, it could mean Sacsayhuaman is not a ruin at all, but a dormant machine, one that once functioned as part of a greater planetary system. The perfection of Sacsayhuaman stands as a challenge, a direct contradiction to our linear model of human history. If the Incas did not build it, who did? And if they inherited it, what does that say about the age of human civilization? Could it be that we are living in the shadow of a forgotten epoch, one where gods or godlike beings walked the earth and commanded nature with their voice and vibration? As the Andean sun sets behind the mountains, the great stones of Sacsayhuaman seem to glow with an inner fire. Their silence is heavy, ancient, and almost sentient, as if they remember a time when the air itself thrummed with power. Standing before those walls, one feels the undeniable truth that these are not mere stones. They are witnesses, eternal guardians of secret that once bound heaven and earth together, a secret that whispers still, waiting for those who can hear the song of the stones. High in the windswept Bolivian Andes, at an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet, stands one of the most mind-bending archaeological enigmas on Earth. Puma Punku, a site so ancient, so precise, and so utterly impossible that even the most hardened skeptics are forced to pause in awe. To walk among its scattered ruins is to step into a paradox, a place where massive stones are carved with such machine-like accuracy that they defy the limits of primitive tools and primitive minds. Puma Punku isn't just old, it's impossibly old, belonging to a time that seems to predate history itself. Mainstream archaeology classifies Puma Punku as part of the Tiwanaku complex, believed to have flourished around 500 AD. Yet the sophistication of its construction far surpasses what any known pre-Columbian culture could have achieved. The site is filled with interlocking blocks, perfectly straight cuts, and drilled holes that suggest a level of technological mastery comparable to modern engineering, and perhaps even beyond it. The famous H-blocks, which have become an icon of forbidden archaeology, are the crown jewels of this mystery. Each one is geometrically identical, with symmetrical grooves, right angles, and recessed slots that fit together like components of a vast mechanical system. The precision is so extraordinary that even with laser measurement tools, modern architects have struggled to find deviations greater than 1/10 of a millimeter. The stones, composed mostly of andesite, one of the hardest materials on Earth, would require diamond-tipped tools to carve with such precision today. Yet according to the mainstream timeline, the builders had no metal tools, no wheels, and no written language. They supposedly achieved this by pounding the rock with other stones and sand, a claim that sounds more mythic than the legends themselves. One of the most striking aspects of Puma Punku is its destruction. The site is not merely in ruins. It appears exploded, as if a massive cataclysm or blast tore through it. Gigantic stones weighing up to 130 tons are scattered as though tossed by a colossal force. Some researchers propose an earthquake caused the destruction, but the sheer pattern of displacement suggests something else, perhaps an ancient energy surge, or even a technological accident. The orientation of the debris shows signs of outward projection, as though the structure once contained enormous internal energy that suddenly released. Legends from the region echo this imagery. The Aymara people, descendants of the ancient builders, claim that Puma Punku was constructed in a single night by the gods themselves. The creator deity Viracocha, they say, descended from the heavens with shining beings and fashioned the stones using the sound of his voice. In some versions of the myth, Viracocha's helpers used golden rods that emitted light as strong as the sun to shape the rocks as though they were wax. These tales, dismissed by academia as primitive myth, may instead hold a veiled truth, the memory of ancient sound or light-based technology, capable of manipulating matter at a molecular level. Modern experiments lend surprising support to this idea. Studies on acoustic levitation, using sound frequencies to move small objects, have demonstrated that high-frequency vibration can indeed make materials float, vibrate, or even melt under specific resonant conditions. Could the builders of Puma Punku have harnessed such principles on a massive scale? Did they use harmonic resonance, perhaps even the natural frequency of the earth itself, to soften and shape stone as easily as a sculptor molds clay? Another layer of the mystery lies in the alignment and layout of Puma Punku. When analyzed using satellite imagery, the site appears to form part of a larger geometric pattern stretching across the Andean Plateau. The H-blocks and foundations align perfectly to cardinal directions, suggesting astronomical awareness far beyond the supposed abilities of Bronze Age peoples. The Gateway of the Sun, a nearby monolithic structure carved from a single piece of andesite, is positioned to align with the rising of the sun during the solstices, indicating that the builders were expert astronomers. But who were they? Recent geological studies have revealed that some of the stone used in Puma Punku was quarried 60 miles away, across mountains and valleys. Transporting such enormous blocks over that terrain without wheels or beasts of burden would be unthinkable, yet was done. Some stones were moved uphill, across rugged ground, to altitudes above 13,000 feet. This fact alone challenges every known logistical method of ancient construction. Even modern heavy machinery would struggle under those conditions. How, then, did an allegedly primitive society accomplish what we can barely imagine today? A number of researchers have proposed that Puma Punku is far older than Tiwanaku, possibly tens of thousands of years old. Some even link it to the fabled antediluvian civilization mentioned in global flood myths. If this theory holds, Puma Punku might predate the end of the last ice age, place its origins close to 12,000 BC, aligning it with other anomalous sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey and the pyramids of Egypt, which also appear to have been built on the remnants of earlier civilizations. The artistic motifs carved into stones of Pumapunku further complicate the picture. Many of the reliefs depict repeating geometric patterns, step designs, and anthropomorphic figures with helmets, wings, or radiant halos. Some bear uncanny resemblance to images found in Mesopotamia and Egypt, particularly the stylized sky beings holding strange devices or orbs. Are these merely symbols of divinity, or could they be representations of technological tools, devices once used by the gods or the shining engineers of antiquity? Then there's the magnetism. Measurements taken on-site have shown that certain stones exhibit weak but measurable magnetic properties. Even more intriguing, when a compass is placed on specific H-blocks, the needle spins erratically, as though the stones retain an electromagnetic memory. Some researchers suggest that this magnetism could be a byproduct of intense heat exposure, further supporting the hypothesis that the site was built or destroyed using advanced energy technology. In 2015, a group of engineers recreated one of the H-blocks using modern tools. It took them weeks, even with precision instruments. The experiment proved one thing. The builders of Pumapunku were not primitive laborers. They were engineers. Whether human or divine, they possessed knowledge of geometry, vibration, and material science that rivals our own. But if they were so advanced, why did their civilization vanish without a trace? Perhaps the answer lies buried beneath the site itself. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed subterranean chambers and anomalies beneath Pumapunku, suggesting there may be more to this complex than meets the eye. Local legends speak of vast underground cities, crystalline halls, and tunnels that stretch all the way to Lake Titicaca. These hidden structures, they say, were once illuminated by orbs of light that never dimmed, remnant of the same divine energy used to build the temples above. Some believe that Pumapunku was not just a ceremonial site, but a stargate, a literal portal through which the gods entered our world. The gateway of the sun, with its enigmatic carved figure, believed to represent Viracocha, may have served as a central hub of this interdimensional system. Its inscriptions depict celestial symbols, stars, and rays of light, as though documenting the movement of beings between worlds. Could this have been a map or a manual for manipulating space-time? Even more astounding is a correlation between the location of Pumapunku and global ley lines, the invisible energy grid believed to encircle the planet. When plotted on a world map, the site aligns with other ancient power centers, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Stonehenge, and Angkor Wat. It is almost as if these civilizations were cooperating on a planetary scale, constructing monuments that resonated in harmony, forming a global energy network designed to connect heaven and earth. For those who stand among its shattered stones today, Pumapunku is a place that humbles the human mind. It whispers of forgotten technologies and celestial teachers. The precision of its construction, the magnitude of its stones, and the legends surrounding its creation all point to a truth we are only beginning to rediscover, that humanity's past is far older and far more advanced than we have been taught. As the Andean night descends, the air grows thin, and the stars emerge with piercing clarity. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a cosmic river, and one cannot help but feel that Pumapunku was once part of that celestial design, a bridge between the heavens and the earth. Its stones, silent yet alive with mystery, remind us that there was once a time when the gods truly walked among men, and they left their mark not in myth but in stone. In the arid highlands of southern Peru lies one of the most enigmatic creations on earth, the Nazca Lines, immense geoglyphs etched into the desert floor that can only truly be seen from above. Stretching across nearly 500 square kilometers, these colossal figures, hummingbirds, spiders, monkeys, whales, and geometric patterns, have puzzled scientists, archaeologists, and mystics for nearly a century. To some, they are the remnants of a vanished culture's artistic expression. To others, they are messages to gods, landing markers for celestial visitors, or blueprints of ancient aerial technologies. But one truth unites them all. The Nazca Lines defy simple explanation. When viewed from ground level, the desert appears ordinary, vast, flat, and barren. But from the air, an entirely different world emerges. Perfectly straight lines stretch for miles, intersecting with massive spirals, trapezoids, and animal figures so large that some measure over 1,200 feet across. The lines are made by removing the top layer of reddish pebbles, revealing the lighter earth beneath. This technique is simple, yet the precision is staggering. Some lines are arrow straight for over 10 miles, an achievement that would challenge even modern surveyors working with GPS. Mainstream archaeology attributes these designs to the Nazca culture, which thrived between 200 BC and 600 AD. They claim the lines were ritual pathways, possibly connected to water ceremonies or astronomical alignments. Yet, such explanations barely scratch the surface. Why would an ancient desert people, without the ability to fly, create figures that can only be seen from the sky? Why do they expend unimaginable effort to carve perfectly straight runways into the desert floor, some wider than highways, in a place where rainfall is almost non-existent? The Nazca civilization, according to legend, revered gods who descended from the heavens. Their mythology speaks of sky beings, luminous entities who brought knowledge and demanded tribute through ritual and design. In some ancient depictions, these beings are shown with halos, helmets, and tools that resemble mechanical instruments. Could the geoglyphs have been meant for these visitors, markers, guides, or even communication beacons visible from above? The very location of the Nazca Plateau seems chosen with purpose. It lies on a tectonic anomaly, an area with intense subterranean magnetic activity. Researchers measuring electromagnetic fields in the region have recorded irregular magnetic pulses emanating from beneath several of the major figures. Some theories propose that the Nazca lines are not merely visual art, but part of an ancient energy grid, designed to channel or interact with Earth's telluric currents. If true, this would mean the lines were part of a vast geoelectrical system, possibly a network once used to communicate across long distances or even connect with celestial bodies. The shape and orientation of the figures add to the enigma. Many of the lines align precisely with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, and specific star risings. The hummingbird points directly toward the summer solstice sunrise. The monkey's spiral tail aligns with the constellation Ursa Major. The spider corresponds with Orion. These correlations suggest that the Nazca people were not only keen observers of sky, but perhaps mapping the heavens onto the earth, creating a cosmic mirror. If so, the Nazca Desert was more than an art gallery. It was an observatory, a massive open-air star chart encoding the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. The scale of this effort implies organization, intelligence, and technology far exceeding that of a simple tribal culture. Some of the lines are carved with laser-like precision, maintaining consistent depth and width for miles. The largest trapezoids and rectangles resemble runways, complete with perfectly leveled surfaces and scorched discolorations that appear heat-altered when examined under infrared imaging. Could these have been landing sites, not for modern aircraft, but for something far older? In the 1960s, Swiss author Erich von Däniken ignited worldwide fascination with the idea that the Nazca lines were extraterrestrial landing strips. Critics dismissed them as sensationalist, yet decades later, high-altitude imaging revealed patterns that appear mathematically engineered, incorporating ratios and proportions consistent with aerodynamic design. Even NASA engineers, when shown the layouts, admitted that the runway symmetry was suspiciously efficient. If primitive people made these lines without aerial perspective, they somehow achieved a precision that even modern pilots find uncanny. Adding more fuel to the mystery are the nearby ruins of Kawachi, the ceremonial center of the Nazca civilization. Beneath its sandy mounds lie complex underground chambers, water channels, and spiral wells known as pukios, sophisticated hydraulic systems that still function today. Some researchers believe the pukios are ancient vortex generators, designed to draw energy or water from the earth using rotational force, technology centuries ahead of its time. Intriguingly, several Nazca lines connect directly to these pukios, as if channeling energy or information between them. Could the Nazca Desert have been an ancient power grid, merging astronomy, geometry, and hydrology into a single unified science? The biological figures, the spider, the monkey, the hummingbird, the whale, seem to hold symbolic meaning. Each represents a creature connected to fertility, the elements, or the heavens. The spider, for instance, is associated with rain and creation, and in some interpretations, the spider's web symbolizes the cosmic network of energy connecting all life. But in recent decades, researchers have discovered that the spider depicted at Nazca belongs to a rare species found only in the Amazon, a region over 500 miles away. How could a desert civilization have known about an animal that lived deep within the rainforest? Unless, of course, they possessed knowledge of the wider world, or access to information beyond human means. Even more curious are mountaintops near Nazca that appear to have been shaved flat, as if cut by immense precision. Geologists have noted that some of these summits look machined, with surfaces as smooth as airport tarmacs. Were these flattened peaks natural formations altered by erosion? Or could they have been ancient construction sites used by visitors from the sky? Satellite imagery reveals long, linear pathways converging at these flattened mountains, reminiscent of modern air traffic patterns. In 2018, archaeologists using drones discovered over 140 new geoglyphs, many invisible to the naked eye. Some of these are far older than the classic Nazca figures, belonging instead to the Paracas culture, a civilization that existed centuries earlier. The Paracas people are famous for their elongated skulls, discovered in nearby tombs, which some researchers claim show anatomical anomalies inconsistent with normal human cranial deformation. Their genetic analysis revealed non-local DNA markers, possibly from the Near East or the Caucasus, suggesting an origin far from the Andes. If these earlier people designed the first geoglyphs, then the Nazca may have inherited and expanded upon a sacred tradition, one that began with beings not entirely of this world. Another strange discovery came from researchers analyzing ground conductivity across the lines. Certain figures exhibit higher electrical resistance, while others appear to conduct energy more effectively. It's almost as if the geoglyphs were programmed, each one serving a different energetic purpose, transmitting, receiving, or balancing electromagnetic forces. The ancient builders might have used these designs as frequency maps, converting Earth's natural vibrations into usable energy, a concept mirrored in Nikola Tesla's theories about wireless energy transmission centuries later. Local shamans still regard the Nazca lines as living beings. They speak of the paths of the gods, trails that hum with invisible power when the sun and stars align. During certain solstices, when moonlight falls upon the desert at specific angles, the lines appear to shimmer faintly, as though glowing with residual energy. Whether this is atmospheric reflection or something more mysterious remains unknown, but only deepens the sense that Nazca is not a dead relic. It is alive, humming with forgotten purpose. Even the desert itself seems timeless, protected by nature as if the gods intended it to endure. With virtually no rainfall, the Nazca lines have survived for over 2,000 years, undisturbed and pristine. Some researchers suggest that their longevity was no accident, that the builders chose this region precisely because it was geologically stable and climatically protected, ensuring their message would survive until the day humanity was advanced enough to read it. So what were the Nazca lines truly for? Were they messages to the gods, celestial runways, or energy circuits etched into the earth? Or perhaps they were all of these, a convergence of art, science, and spiritual technology from an age when humanity was not as primitive as we think. As night falls over the desert, the stars blaze with otherworldly clarity. From high above, the vast geoglyphs seem to awaken, their lines glowing faintly under moonlight. The hummingbird takes flight once more. The monkey spirals toward the heavens. The trapezoids stretch endlessly into the dark horizon. For a moment, it's easy to imagine that the gods are looking down again, and that the messages left in the sand are finally being read by the children of the stars. Hidden deep within the dense jungles of Central America lies one of the most haunting and awe-inspiring civilizations ever to have walked the earth, the Maya. For centuries, their towering pyramids, mysterious glyphs, and sudden disappearance have baffled historians, archaeologists, and seekers of ancient truth. They were astronomers, mathematicians, engineers, and priests, a culture that seemed to merge science and spirituality with a precision and depth unmatched in the ancient world. Yet, behind the beauty of their temples and the brilliance of their calendar lies a question that refuses to die. Who taught the Maya what they knew? The Maya did not merely track time, they mastered it. Their calendars, such as the Tzolk'in and the Long Count, measured cosmic cycles with an accuracy surpassing modern astronomy until the invention of the atomic clock. They charted the movements of the planets, predicted eclipses, and calculated the solar year to within a few seconds of today's measurements, all without telescopes, computers, or modern instruments. How could a jungle civilization, emerging thousands of years ago, possessed such extraordinary astronomical knowledge. According to Maya, their wisdom was not invented. It was given. Their creation myth, recorded in the sacred book Popol Vuh, tells of beings who descended from the stars, the sky lords or the Atsamnij, who brought light, language, and calculation to humankind. These beings, described as radiant, feathered, and luminous, taught the ancestors how to count the days, read the stars, and understand the rhythm of creation. They are the same entities who appear in other parts of Mesoamerica as the feathered serpent. Kukulkan to Maya, Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs, a god often depicted as a serpent with human features and adorned with feathers that shimmer like light. But the deeper one looks into mythology, the more the line blurs between god and visitor. The Maya described Kukulkan as a being who came from the sky and promised to return one day. He was said to have taught agriculture, architecture, medicine, and astronomy, gifts of civilization that appeared suddenly in the historical record. The question is, where did he come from? Was he a divine myth born of imagination, or a memory of actual contact with an advanced race whose technology appeared supernatural to ancient eyes? One of the most extraordinary examples of Maya brilliance can be seen in the city of Chichen Itza, particularly in its central pyramid, El Castillo, the Temple of Kukulkan. This 79-foot-tall pyramid is a marvel of both architecture and astronomy. Each of its 4 sides contains 91 steps, which, combined with the top platform, total 365 steps, precisely the number of days in a solar year. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts a shadow along the pyramid staircase, forming the image of serpents slithering down the side, merging with the carved serpent heads at its base. This phenomenon lasts only for a few minutes, twice a year, and demonstrates an astronomical alignment so exact that even a minor miscalculation in angle or design would have ruined the effect. To achieve this, the Maya would have needed an understanding of celestial mechanics, trigonometry, and solar geometry. Yet, according to mainstream history, they lacked even the concept of the wheel for transport. How could a civilization capable of building such mathematical wonders simultaneously be considered primitive? Recent LiDAR scans of the Yucatan Peninsula have unveiled something staggering. Beneath the overgrown jungle canopy lie the remains of tens of thousands of structures, homes, temples, causeways, and pyramids, suggesting that the Maya civilization was far more vast and interconnected than previously thought. Entire cities were linked by raised highways that stretched for miles, implying a level of urban planning and engineering sophistication that rivals modern societies. Some of these causeways, when mapped, appear to align with celestial constellations, as though the Maya designed their entire civilization to mirror the heavens above. The Maya also constructed observatories, such as El Caracol at Chichen Itza, whose spiral tower and windows are aligned with positions of Venus, a planet they considered sacred and central to their cosmology. Venus was more than a star to them. It was a celestial counterpart of Kukulkan himself, the morning and evening star, the light bringer who comes and goes from the heavens. The Maya track Venus's cycle to incredible precision, knowing that it completes its orbit every 584 days, a value within seconds of modern calculation. The accuracy of this number is beyond coincidence. It suggests access to long-term astronomical data, possibly inherited from a civilization that observed the skies for thousands of years before the Maya even existed. And then there's the mystery of Pakal the Great, the ancient ruler of Palenque. When archaeologists discovered his tomb in the 1950s, they were stunned by what they found: an elaborate stone sarcophagus lid engraved with one of the most debated images in archaeology. The carving depicts Pakal reclining in what appears to be a vehicle, surrounded by intricate symbols of fire, propulsion, and celestial patterns. His hands grasp levers, his foot presses a pedal, and flames shoot from beneath him. To many, this looks unmistakably like a man in a spacecraft. Mainstream scholars argue that the imagery represents the Maya tree of life, symbolizing Pakal's journey to the underworld. Yet, the resemblance to modern spacecraft engineering is uncanny. The angles, exhaust plumes, and control panels appear deliberate, as if the artist was depicting something tangible, not metaphorical. If this interpretation is true, then Pakal's tomb may be the first depiction of ancient flight in human history, or evidence that the Maya had direct encounters with beings capable of space travel. Further deepening the enigma are the Maya time cycles. Unlike modern linear calendars, their system viewed time as cyclical, an endless loop of creation, destruction, and rebirth. They believed the world had been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times, each sun or era ending in catastrophe. According to the long count, the last cycle ended in 2012, an event that sparked worldwide fascination and misunderstanding. Many expected the apocalypse, but in truth, the Maya calendar never predicted the end of the world. Only the end of one cosmic cycle and the beginning of another. For the Maya, this was not doom, but renewal, a return of divine energies, and perhaps the return of the gods. Incredibly, these time cycles align with astronomical phenomena such as the precession of the equinoxes, a 25,920-year cycle involving Earth's axial wobble, a complex movement only measurable with long-term observation or advanced mathematical models. How could the Maya have known this? Did they inherit knowledge from an earlier civilization, one that had already mapped the cosmic dance of the stars? Throughout their temples, the Maya left behind inscriptions filled with hieroglyphic texts that describe interactions with beings from the sky. The glyph for star often appears alongside depictions of beings descending from serpents of light, the so-called serpent sky roads. In modern language, these could be interpreted as energy portals or wormholes, described in mythic terms. Even the architecture of their pyramids suggests a deeper purpose. Many were built in pairs or aligned to specific energy lines, creating resonant frequencies that could amplify sound or vibration, a technology of harmonic resonance, perhaps similar to that used at Sacsayhuaman and Pumapunku. One of the most fascinating discoveries came from an analysis of quartz deposits within certain temple walls. Quartz is a natural piezoelectric crystal, meaning it can generate an electrical charge under pressure or vibration. The Maya placed quartz in key structures, possibly to amplify natural earth energies during rituals. Some researchers now speculate that these temples function as energy amplifiers, allowing priests to enter altered states of consciousness or even open interdimensional communication. Could the gods the Maya spoke would have been accessed not through physical visitation, but through vibrational technology, a bridge between frequencies? When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they found the Maya world in ruins, its great cities abandoned, its knowledge fragmented. Yet, the descendants of the Maya still tell stories of the Shining Ones, the star teachers who promise a return. Their pyramids remain aligned to the heavens, their temples hum with forgotten geometry, and their myths continue to echo a single, haunting truth. The gods once walked among men, and they will come again. As the sun sets over the jungles of the Yucatan, the temples glow gold and red in the fading light. The jungle hums with unseen life, and the air feels charged, alive with memory. Somewhere beneath the vines and earth, the Maya's secret endures, carved in stone, written in stars, waiting for the day when humanity is ready to understand what they truly knew. Deep within the desolate Andean highlands of Bolivia lies a place that defies both time and understanding. Pumapunku, part of the ancient Tiwanaku complex. Scattered across a high-altitude plateau, over 12,000 feet above sea level, are colossal stone blocks carved with such precision and complexity that they challenge the very limits of ancient engineering. This site, shrouded in silence and mystery, is said to have been built thousands of years before the Inca, possibly even before recorded history itself. Yet its builders remain unknown. Mainstream archaeology claims it was constructed by pre-Incan peoples around 500 AD, but many believe the truth is far older, that Pumapunku is a relic of forgotten epoch when gods or star visitors walked the earth. The stones themselves tell the story, massive andesite and red sandstone blocks, some weighing over 130 tons, shaped with absolute precision. The surfaces are laser flat, edges meet at perfect 90-degree angles, and the blocks interlock like pieces of an intricate machine. The most famous examples, the H-shaped blocks, are identical, as if they have been manufactured on an assembly line. When measured, their cuts and grooves exhibit micrometer-level accuracy, so precise that a modern razor blade cannot fit between the joints. How could a people without iron tools, wheels, or even written language achieve such mechanical perfection? What's more, these stones were quarried 10 miles away, across rugged terrain and high-altitude plains. Even with modern cranes and transport equipment, moving and precisely placing blocks of this magnitude would be a monumental task. Yet somehow, ancient builders managed to not only move them but align them with astronomical precision, forming a complex that seemed to have been both an observatory and a technological platform. The enigma of Pumapunku begins with its sheer impossibility. The architectural design suggests an understanding of geometry, symmetry, and engineering beyond what was supposedly available in the ancient world. Each H-block is crafted with identical measurements, and when fitted together, they form modular patterns, an approach eerily similar to prefabricated construction. Some researchers, including engineers and stonemasons, have admitted that even with modern equipment, reproducing such precision in andesite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, would be incredibly difficult. In 2015, 3D scanning and photogrammetry revealed that the blocks follow a consistent mathematical ratio, indicating they were designed according to a master blueprint, as if an ancient engineer oversaw their creation. But who was this engineer? The local legends provide a clue. The Aymara people, whose ancestors have lived near Tiwanaku for millennia, say that the site was built by the gods themselves, specifically by Viracocha, the great creator deity. According to myth, Viracocha descended from the sky during a time of chaos and darkness. He brought light, knowledge, and order to the world, and taught humanity the arts of building, writing, and science. After creating civilization, he vanished across the sea, promising one day to return. Could it be that Viracocha was not merely a myth, but a memory, a recollection of a real being, perhaps an advanced visitor from beyond? His description, tall, bearded, radiant, dressed in flowing robes, does not match the typical Andean phenotype. Many ancient depictions show him with what appear to be sunburst halos or radiating energy, leading some researchers to believe he may represent a being of technological or celestial origin. If the legends hold any truth, then Pumapunku may have been one of the first sites where Viracocha's divine knowledge was manifested on Earth, a technological hub of an age now lost to time. Some even suggest that the site was a spaceport or energy center, a place where the gods descended and interacted with humanity. The layout of the site supports this hypothesis. When viewed from above, its arrangement of rectangular platforms, pathways, and perfectly level plazas resembles launch pads or mechanical foundations. Adding to the mystery are the magnetic anomalies detected around the stones. Geological surveys have found that certain blocks exhibit unusual magnetic alignments, suggesting that they were exposed to intense electromagnetic fields during shaping or placement. This has led to speculation that the builders possessed advanced knowledge of magnetism and acoustic resonance, potentially using vibration-based technology to lift or cut the stones, similar to modern ultrasonic tools. Ancient oral traditions from the region speak of the stones having been moved by sound, levitated by musical tones or chants. According to legend, priests would stand around the great blocks and use horns, flutes, and voices in harmony, causing the stones to rise into the air as if weightless. This idea, though fantastical, aligns curiously with modern experiments showing that acoustic levitation can move small objects using resonant sound waves. Could the ancient builders of Pumapunku have discovered the secret of resonant frequency manipulation, harnessing the Earth's own vibrations to achieve what we now call anti-gravity? Nearby lies Tiwanaku, once a thriving metropolis and ceremonial center. At its heart stands the Gate of the Sun, a massive monolithic arch carved from a single block of stone weighing over 10 tons. Its surface bears intricate carvings depicting celestial beings and a central figure surrounded by rays, believed to be Viracocha. The carvings also contain what appear to be astronomical codes, possibly representing the solar calendar or precessional cycles. Recent computer analysis of the gate's iconography revealed alignments corresponding to the positions of stars and constellations as they would have appeared around 15,000 years ago, far earlier than the official dating of the site. If true, this would push the origin of Pumapunku into the depths of prehistory, perhaps to the end of the last ice age, a time when the planet experienced catastrophic changes and sea levels rose dramatically. This timeline coincides with the global legends of the Great Flood, myths that appear in nearly every culture, from the Sumerians to the Maya. The Aymara themselves speak of a deluge that destroyed an earlier world, after which the gods descended once more to rebuild. Could Pumapunku be one of the few surviving remnants of that lost antediluvian civilization, perhaps even a link to the fabled Atlantis or another forgotten culture of global reach? Geological studies have further complicated the story. The weathering patterns on some of the stones indicate exposure to heavy rainfall, something that hasn't occurred at this altitude for over 10,000 years. This suggests that parts of the site could date to a time when the Andean climate was radically different, potentially placing its construction at the very dawn of human civilization, long before the pyramids of Egypt or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia. Then there's the question of how the stones were cut. Microscopic examination of the block surfaces reveals tool marks consistent with high-speed machining, parallel grooves and polished patterns that cannot be reproduced by primitive chisels or pounding stones. Metallurgical experts have even found traces of metal filings embedded in some cuts, hinting at the use of advanced alloy tools unknown to ancient metallurgy. Were the builders using some form of lost vibrational or plasma technology to carve the hardest stones on Earth? More astonishing still, some stones at Pumapunku contain perfectly drilled holes, cut with precision comparable to modern industrial boring machines. The holes are evenly spaced, cylindrical, and have smooth internal walls, suggesting the use of a rotational drill equipped with a diamond tip bit or similar advanced device. Yet, by conventional accounts, such technology would not appear on Earth until millennia later. Mainstream scholars attempt to explain these anomalies by attributing them to skillful artisans with simple tools. But engineers who have examined the site insist that these explanations fail under scrutiny. The craftsmanship implies industrial-grade precision, not trial-and-error experimentation. The sheer scale, alignment, and complexity suggest the work of a culture or visitors, with knowledge far beyond the known Bronze or Stone Age. Interestingly, when the site's layout is superimposed onto a map of global megalithic monuments, Pumapunku aligns along the same ancient geodesic grid that connects sites like the Great Pyramid, Easter Island, and Stonehenge. Could this be coincidence, or does it hint at a global civilization or network that once spanned the planet, all guided by the same sacred geometry and knowledge of the Earth's energy lines? Today, Pumapunku lies silent, its stones scattered like the remnants of a great cataclysm. Some blocks appear to have been shattered, as if struck by immense force, perhaps an explosion or natural disaster. Could this have been the event that ended the age of the gods? Or was it deliberate, the dismantling of a sacred machine whose purpose humanity was not ready to understand? As the cold Andean winds sweep through the ruins, one cannot help but feel that Pumapunku still hums with hidden power. Its stones, precisely cut and purposefully placed, seem to whisper of a time when knowledge and divinity were one, when the boundary between man and God was thin enough for both to walk together. And perhaps beneath the earth or beyond the visible spectrum, the energy that once animated this place still lingers, waiting to be rediscovered, a key to an ancient technology that might one day awaken again. Far to the north, on the wind-swept plains of the Giza Plateau, rise the most iconic monuments of the ancient world, the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Majestic, mysterious, and timeless, they have stood for more than 4.5 millennia, or perhaps much longer, as silent witnesses to a forgotten era of astonishing power and knowledge. Though textbooks claim these structures were built as tombs for pharaohs, the deeper one looks, the more this explanation begins to crumble. The Great Pyramid, in particular, seems less like a royal tomb and more like a technological device, constructed with precision so perfect that it rivals the capabilities of modern engineering. Could it be that the pyramids of Giza were not merely monuments to the dead, but machines of the gods, tools of energy, communication, and transformation left behind by a civilization far older than Egypt itself? When you stand before the Great Pyramid of Khufu, you feel its immensity, composed of an estimated 3 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons. It covers 13 acres and once rose 481 feet high. Yet beyond its size lies a far greater mystery, its precision. The pyramid's base is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, deviating by less than 1/15 of a degree, a level of accuracy difficult even with modern surveying tools. The sides are almost exactly equal in length, with an error margin of mere inches. Its construction incorporates advanced geometry and mathematical constants, including pi symbol, and phi, values that supposedly were not discovered until thousands of years later. How could the builders of ancient Egypt, armed with copper chisels and ropes, have achieved such mathematical mastery? And perhaps more importantly, why? The pyramid's internal chambers only deepen the mystery. There is no evidence of burial artifacts, mummies, or funerary inscriptions, none of the features that define royal tombs elsewhere in Egypt. Instead, the interior is composed of precision-cut granite passages, narrow shafts that point directly toward specific stars, most notably Orion's belt and Sirius. These alignments were not random. They reflected the Egyptians' belief that their gods came from the constellation Orion, particularly Osiris, the god of resurrection and the afterlife. In this sense, the pyramid was not a tomb, but a stargate, a cosmic mechanism designed to connect Earth and the heavens. Some researchers propose that the Great Pyramid functioned as a resonance chamber, a massive energy generator harnessing the natural vibrations of the Earth. Studies have shown that the structure's geometry amplifies certain sound frequencies, creating standing waves within its chambers. These acoustic properties are so specific that physicists have compared them to those found in microwave resonators. It's as though the pyramid was designed to capture, amplify, and transform energy, a concept strikingly similar to Tesla's theories of wireless power transmission. The Grand Gallery, with its towering corbelled ceiling and smooth polished walls, seems deliberately engineered for acoustics and resonance. When sound frequencies are introduced, they reverberate with incredible intensity, producing harmonic tones that can induce altered states of consciousness. Could the pyramid have been a spiritual or energetic amplifier, a place where priests or initiates interacted with the divine through vibration and sound? There is also evidence of electrical potential within the structure. The granite used in the king's chamber contains quartz crystals, known for their piezoelectric properties, the ability to generate an electric charge under pressure or vibration. If the pyramid harnessed vibrations from the earth, these crystals could have converted that energy into usable electrical current. Even more curious, the limestone casing stones that once covered the pyramid were made of highly conductive material, while the inner dolomite limestone is less conductive, suggesting a deliberate layering similar to an electrical capacitor. If this design was intentional, the pyramid may have been a giant power plant, channeling energy through resonant frequencies and electromagnetic principles long before such concepts were rediscovered in the modern age. One of the most fascinating clues lies in the location of the Great Pyramid. It sits at the geographic center of the Earth's landmass, a point where the longest line of latitude and longitude intersect over habitable continents. Its placement seems calculated to align with the planet itself, as though it were a node in a global grid of energy. This idea echoes ancient traditions that describe the Earth as a living organism with energy meridians, the so-called ley lines, connecting sacred sites worldwide. The Great Pyramid may have been the central hub of this network, designed to harmonize the Earth's frequency or act as a beacon linking our world with the stars. The mathematical encoding within the pyramid also suggests knowledge far beyond that of ancient Egypt. Its dimensions encode the Earth's circumference, the distance to the sun, and even the speed of light when measured in meters per second. The odds of this occurring by chance are infinitesimal. Could it be that whoever designed the pyramid possessed not only advanced engineering skills, but also a complete understanding of planetary physics and cosmology? Some researchers, such as Christopher Dunn, have proposed that the pyramid's internal design functioned like a hydroelectric energy plant. According to this theory, water from the Nile was channeled beneath the structure into the subterranean chamber, where it created vibrations through hydraulic resonance. These vibrations were then amplified by the Grand Gallery and converted into electrical energy through the piezoelectric properties of the granite. In this model, the pyramid acted as a wireless power generator, transmitting energy across vast distances, possibly powering other monuments or technologies of the ancient world. But if this were true, who built it, and for what civilization was intended? The Egyptians themselves claimed they did not create the pyramids. Ancient texts refer to them as inheritances from the gods, monuments that existed before the time of the pharaohs. The so-called inventory stela, found near the Great Pyramid, explicitly states that the pyramids and the Sphinx were already standing during the reign of Khufu. If accurate, this would mean the structures were restored, not constructed, during his rule, and that their true origins stretch back thousands of years further, possibly to a time before recorded history. This aligns with geological evidence surrounding the Great Sphinx, which bears erosion patterns from heavy rainfall, conditions that have not existed on the Giza Plateau for over 10,000 years. This suggests that both the Sphinx and the pyramids may date back to the end of the last ice age, connecting them to the same epoch as Pumapunku and Göbekli Tepe, remnants of a forgotten antediluvian civilization. Even the star alignments of the pyramids seem to preserve this ancient timeline. When plotted against the night sky, the layout of the three Giza pyramids mirrors the stars of Orion's belt, but not as they appear today, as they appear around 10,500 BCE. This precise alignment implies that whoever planned the site did so during or with knowledge of the sky as it existed 12,000 years ago. In other words, the pyramids were designed to encode the celestial blueprint of a vanished age, a message carved in stone to survive the fall of civilizations. Egyptian texts also speak of the Zep Tepi, the first time, an era when gods ruled on earth and shared their wisdom with humankind. They describe beings who came from the stars of Orion and Sirius and established the order of civilization. The pyramids, according to these ancient traditions, were built not as tombs, but as temples of initiation, designed to elevate the human spirit and restore the connection between Earth and the cosmos. Some esoteric researchers believe the Great Pyramid was part of a larger planetary network, a global system of energy temples that resonated in harmony with the Earth's electromagnetic field. This theory suggests that the Great Pyramid was a central tuning fork, setting the vibrational frequency for all others, including sites in South America, Asia, and the Pacific. In this view, the ancient world was once unified by a planetary science of resonance, overseen by the same gods who shared their knowledge across continents. Even more extraordinary is what lies inside the pyramid. The king's chamber, composed entirely of granite, resonates at a frequency of 432 hertz, a tone long considered sacred in ancient traditions and known today for its harmonic relationship to natural frequencies. Mystics and sound researchers claim that this frequency aligns with the heartbeat of the earth, the Schumann resonance, and that ancient initiates may have used it to achieve altered states of consciousness or even interdimensional contact. If true, then the Great Pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a transformational device, an instrument for awakening the human spirit, bridging matter and energy, earth and cosmos. It was both a machine and a temple, designed to unify the physical and the divine. Today, as scientists probe its hidden chambers using cosmic ray imaging, they continue to uncover new voids and passages, spaces that remain sealed for thousands of years. What secrets lie within? Could they contain remnants of lost technology, ancient archives, or something even more profound? Evidence of contact between humanity and the beings who once walked among us? As the desert winds swirl across the plateau, the Great Pyramid stands eternal, its angles catching the last light of the setting sun. It hums faintly, almost inaudibly, as if alive, a monument not only to the past, but to a future we have yet to rediscover. Its message is silent but clear. The knowledge of the gods was real, and it still lies hidden in plain sight. Beneath the ancient sands of Egypt lies a site that may hold the key to understanding the lost origins of civilization, a place older than the pharaohs, more mysterious than the pyramids, and utterly transformative in what it suggests about the true timeline of human history. This is Göbekli Tepe, located not in Africa, but thousands of miles away on a barren hilltop in southern Turkey, near the ancient city of Sanliurfa. Here, buried under layers of earth and time, archaeologists have unearthed a monumental complex that rewrites everything we thought we knew about the dawn of civilization. Dating back to at least 11,600 years ago, Göbekli Tepe predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years and the Egyptian pyramids by 7,000. It was constructed at the very end of the last ice age, an era when, according to traditional history, humans were still primitive hunter-gatherers, without agriculture, cities, or organized religion. Yet, what stands atop this lonely hill defies that narrative entirely. Massive stone circles, intricately carved pillars weighing up to 50 tons each, and elaborate reliefs of animals, symbols, and humanoid figures that suggest not mere survival, but sophisticated thought, culture, and purpose. When archaeologist Klaus Schmidt first began excavations in the mid-1990s, he realized almost immediately that Göbekli Tepe was no ordinary archaeological site. It was the world's first temple. The T-shaped pillars, arranged in concentric circles, were clearly designed with intent and artistry. Many depict lions, serpents, scorpions, vultures, and mysterious abstract symbols. At the center of each circle stand two larger pillars, towering over the others, as though representing deities or beings of immense power. The level of craftsmanship and architectural planning involved in their construction should not have been possible for a Stone Age culture, and yet here it is, standing in defiance of every known model of human progress. But the most astonishing revelation is that Göbekli Tepe was not a village or city. There are no signs of agriculture, permanent housing, or daily life. It appears to have been built purely as a ceremonial site, possibly for worship, communication, or transformation. This is perplexing because mainstream anthropology tells us that religion evolved after civilization, not before. Yet Göbekli Tepe flips that logic upside down. It suggests that spiritual or divine contact may have been the catalyst for civilization itself. Who were the people that built this sacred site, and where did they learn the knowledge to do so? One of the most haunting features of Göbekli Tepe is its artistic symbolism. The carvings are not random depictions of animals. They form a kind of cosmic language, possibly representing constellations or mythological beings. Researchers have found patterns that align with the zodiac, particularly the constellation of Orion, which appears again and again in ancient cultures as the home of the gods. The layout of the site itself mirrors a stellar map, with the central pillars symbolizing the connection between Earth and the heavens, a cosmic axis, or what ancient people might call the navel of the world. Some carvings show human-like beings with elongated bodies, arms folded over their bellies, and no visible faces, a recurring motif across ancient mythologies describing the Shining Ones or Watchers who descended from the sky. In Sumerian tradition, these were the Anunnaki, in Egyptian myth the Netjeru, in Hebrew texts the Nephilim. Could be that Göbekli Tepe commemorates an encounter between early humans and these celestial teachers, beings who brought knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and sacred geometry long before the birth of known civilization. The age of Göbekli Tepe corresponds eerily with the end of the Younger Dryas, a sudden climatic event that marked the transition from the Ice Age to the modern era. Around 10,800 BCE, Earth experienced a rapid warming, global flooding, and mass extinctions. Some scientists attribute this to a comet impact, a cosmic disaster that wiped out most of the megafauna and devastated human populations. What's striking is that many myths from around the world, from the Great Flood of Noah to the Epic of Gilgamesh, from the Aztec story of the suns to Plato's Atlantis, all seem to remember this same cataclysm. Göbekli Tepe, therefore, may represent the rebirth of civilization after the Great Flood, a project led by survivors or their descendants, perhaps guided by those the ancients called gods. If true, this site could be the missing link between the world that was destroyed and the world that began anew, the bridge between myth and history. Even more curious is that Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried around 8000 BCE. This was not a random act of erosion or collapse. The entire complex was deliberately covered with tons of soil and debris, as if its builders wanted to hide or preserve it for future generations. Who would bury such a magnificent creation? And why? Some believe they did so to protect it from an oncoming disaster, possibly another cosmic event. Others think the knowledge contained within the temple was too dangerous, too sacred, or too advanced to be left in open view. This notion of a deliberate concealment has given rise to one of the most compelling theories in forbidden archaeology, that Göbekli Tepe was part of a global network of pre-Diluvian sites, all of which encoded the same universal wisdom, the science of the gods. Its builders may have been survivors of a previous high civilization, one that flourished before the flood, perhaps the very civilization that gave rise to legends of Atlantis. The carvings on the pillars reinforce this idea. A team from the University of Edinburgh, led by Dr. Martin Sweatman, discovered that one of the most famous reliefs, the so-called Vulture Stone, records an astronomical event consistent with a comet impact around 10,950 BCE. Using computer simulations, they matched the carved animals to specific constellations and found that they depicted the sky exactly as it appeared during the Younger Dryas cataclysm. If this interpretation is correct, then Göbekli Tepe is not merely a temple. It is a time capsule, preserving the memory of a world-ending event. Yet what makes the site even more profound is its mathematical and geometric precision. The arrangement of pillars follows complex ratios and alignments, forming equilateral triangles and circles that demonstrate advanced knowledge of geometry. The builders understood celestial alignments, solar precession, and sacred proportions. They aligned their temples to the rising of specific stars, particularly Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, which ancient cultures associated with the cosmic gateway, the path of souls to the afterlife. This connection between Cygnus, Orion, and Earth appears again in Egyptian and Sumerian cosmology, suggesting a shared astronomical system across thousands of miles and thousands of years. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of universal legacy, passed down by a single source of advanced knowledge? Mainstream archaeologists struggle to explain how a society of hunter-gatherers could conceive, organize, and execute such a monumental project. There are no signs of developing culture leading up to Göbekli Tepe. It appears fully formed, as if knowledge and skill arrived suddenly without precedent. This sudden civilization phenomenon mirrors the unexplained leap seen elsewhere, in Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, where writing, mathematics, and architecture seem to appear overnight. Was Göbekli Tepe the first node in a global project, the reconstruction of civilization guided by survivors of a lost world? If so, then the same blueprint may have traveled outward from this cradle of renewal, inspiring later sites like Jericho, Catalhoyuk, and even the pyramids themselves. Adding to the intrigue, recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed dozens of yet unexcavated enclosures beneath the hill, suggesting that what we see today is only a fraction of the full complex. Some of these underground structures are aligned with precise astronomical orientations, implying a master plan that spans centuries, if not millennia. The symbols carved into Göbekli Tepe's pillars also appear in later cultures: spirals, U-shapes, H-symbols, and representations of serpents. These motifs are not isolated. They recur in megalithic sites across the globe, from the stones of Malta and Karnak to the Andes and even Easter Island. Could it be that all these cultures inherited fragments of the same law system, a global language of the gods, encoded in stone? One of the most haunting possibilities is that the two central pillars in each circle represent the dual nature of existence: heaven and earth, spirit and matter, human and divine. Some researchers even suggest that these twin monoliths were antennas of energy, designed to harness telluric currents or transmit vibrational frequencies. The limestone at the site is rich in quartz, a conductor of energy that can amplify electromagnetic resonance. If ancient builders understood this, then Göbekli Tepe may have functioned not only as a temple, but as a spiritual machine, a place where energy, sound, and consciousness converged. Even more tantalizing is the possibility that this energy could have been used for communication, not with each other, but with the cosmos itself. In ancient myth, the gods spoke through resonance, through vibration and frequency. If Göbekli Tepe was designed to channel these forces, then its purpose might have been to bridge the gap between man and the divine, a literal doorway between worlds. As the sun sets over the Anatolian plains, Göbekli Tepe glows gold against the dying light. The stone pillars stand like silent sentinels, their carved animals frozen mid-motion, their meanings half forgotten. And yet, the site hums with presence, as if waiting for someone to return and activate what once was. Whether built by the first priests of humanity, survivors of Atlantis, or visitors from the stars, Göbekli Tepe remains the oldest testimony to a single, unbroken message carved in stone. The gods were here, and they will return. High in the arid plateaus of the Andes, where thin air and silence seem to stretch into eternity, lies one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites on Earth. Puma Punku, a name that in the ancient Aymara language means the door of the puma. Located near the more famous Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia, Puma Punku is a shattered masterpiece of megalithic engineering, a site so advanced and so inexplicable that even the most conservative archaeologists have been forced to admit it shouldn't exist, not with the technology available to people who supposedly build it. Here, scattered across the high-altitude plains at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, lie colossal blocks of red sandstone and gray andesite, some weighing over 130 tons. Carved, shaped, and fitted with precision that rivals modern machine tools. Many of these stones feature perfect 90-degree angles, laser-straight cuts, and interlocking patterns that seem to defy explanation. Even more mystifying, the site shows evidence of a level of standardization and modular construction so exact that it would not be out of place in a modern industrial facility. How, then, could an ancient culture, officially dated to around 500 CE, have achieved such incredible craftsmanship, especially in one of the most inhospitable environments on the planet? The official narrative insists that these stones were shaped with bronze chisels and stone hammers, then somehow transported from quarries miles away, across rugged terrain, and lifted into place using ropes and manpower. But when one stands before these monumental blocks, feeling their cold perfection beneath one's hands, it becomes impossible to accept such a simple answer. The most iconic pieces of Pumapunku are the so-called H-blocks, a series of identical andesite stones carved with geometric precision, each featuring multiple right angles, notches, grooves, and holes that fit together like the components of an advanced assembly system. Modern engineers who have analyzed these blocks have been baffled. Some suggest they could only have been created using advanced cutting and drilling tools, possibly with diamond-tipped equipment or high-speed rotary devices. The tolerances in some cases are measured in fractions of a millimeter, accuracy that modern masons struggle to achieve even with industrial machinery. Even the drill holes found in the site are strikingly uniform. They show spiral tool marks consistent with mechanical drilling, not the random chipping one would expect from primitive methods. The surfaces of the stones are so flat that they can reflect light like mirrors. One engineer famously remarked, "If this site is truly as old as archaeologists claim, then we must rethink everything we know about human history, because these stones were not made with Bronze Age tools." Adding to the mystery, the andesite stone used at Pumapunku is one of the hardest materials on Earth, second only to diamond in hardness. It cannot be shaped with simple copper or bronze tools. The quarry from which it was supposedly sourced lies over 10 kilometers away, across difficult mountain terrain. The logistics of moving these multi-ton blocks with primitive technology are beyond imagination. How do they lift a line and assemble such massive stones with such precision, at an altitude where even breathing is a challenge? The architecture of Pumapunku defies not only logic, but also purpose. The interlocking design suggests the site was built to withstand enormous forces, possibly earthquakes or even vibrations of another kind. The modular system hints at prefabrication, as if the stones were cast or molded rather than carved. Some researchers have speculated that the builders may have possessed a lost form of concrete technology, allowing them to liquefy and reform stone using heat or sound. Others propose even more radical explanations, that the site represents the remnants of ancient advanced machinery, or even a landing platform for aerial craft described in ancient myths. And it's here that the legends surrounding Pumapunku become truly fascinating. According to Aymara and Incan tradition, the site was not built by humans, but by the gods themselves, specifically by a being named Viracocha, the great creator deity who emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca after a great cataclysm. The myths say Viracocha and his companions came from the sky or from the stars, bringing with them the light of civilization. He is said to have created humanity from stone and taught them architecture, astronomy, and science before disappearing once more, promising to return. When Spanish chroniclers first recorded these legends in the 16th century, they noted that the locals described Viracocha as a tall, bearded man with white skin, dressed in shining garments, a description that eerily matches accounts of gods or teachers in other ancient civilizations. In the myths of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even Mesoamerica, there are similar stories of divine beings descending to earth to rebuild after a great flood, teaching humanity arts, agriculture, and geometry. Could these accounts all refer to the same group of beings, survivors of an earlier high civilization, or perhaps visitors from beyond our world? The age of Pumapunku itself is another enigma. While mainstream archaeology places it around 1,500 years old, several researchers, including the famed explorer Arthur Poznansky, argued that it is far older. Based on astronomical alignments of the Tiwanaku complex, Poznansky calculated its original construction date to be around 15,000 BC, a staggering 17,000 years ago, placing it near the end of the Ice Age, when no known civilization should have existed. Later studies on sediment deposits and erosion patterns have supported the idea that the site could indeed be thousands of years older than official estimates. If Pumapunku truly dates back that far, it would align with other antediluvian sites like Göbekli Tepe, suggesting that it too may have been part of a global civilization that flourished before the Great Flood, a world united by shared knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and energy. The similarities in construction between Pumapunku and other megalithic sites across the globe, such as Baalbek in Lebanon, Sacsayhuaman in Peru, and the Osirian of Abydos in Egypt, hint at a lost universal architectural language, possibly the remnants of a single global culture that predated known history. Some researchers have gone even further, suggesting that Pumapunku may have once functioned as a technological hub, a kind of ancient energy complex. The site's geometry, symmetry, and the presence of magnetized stone suggest that it might have harnessed or manipulated electromagnetic fields. Geological surveys have detected magnetic anomalies in and around the site, and some of the stones even show signs of having been fused or cut by heat, perhaps through high-energy plasma. Could it be that the builders of Pumapunku possessed an understanding of energy and vibration that has long since been lost to time? There is also the mystery of the precise orientation of the site. The layout of Pumapunku aligns perfectly with the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, suggesting astronomical awareness. Its geometry appears to encode sacred proportions and mathematical constants, much like the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is not random. It is deliberate design. The builders clearly understood geometry, measurement, and resonance, and they embedded that knowledge in stone as if to preserve it for a future age. Some of the most intriguing evidence lies in the fallen gateway structures. These monolithic doorways, featuring recessed frames and symmetrical designs, have no known purpose. They may have served as symbolic portals, representing the boundary between worlds, a recurring theme in ancient mythologies. The very name Pumapunku, the door of the Puma, evokes the idea of a gateway between realms, perhaps between the physical and spiritual, human and divine. In Andean cosmology, the Puma was not just an animal. It was a symbol of power, balance, and the earthly realm, one of the three cosmic animals representing the underworld, the physical world, and the heavens. To pass through the door of the Puma may have symbolized transcendence, an initiation from the human state into divine awareness. Was Pumapunku, then, not merely a construction site, but a spiritual machine designed to open the door to the gods themselves? Adding to this possibility are local traditions that speak of sound being used in the construction of the site. The Aymara people tell of singing stones that moved on their own when priests chanted in resonance with them. While dismissed as myth, the concept aligns eerily with modern studies on acoustic levitation, the use of frequency and vibration to lift objects without physical contact. Could the builders of Pumapunku have employed such a technique? If so, their mastery of sound and frequency could explain not only how they moved the massive stones, but also why the site exhibits such perfect harmonic symmetry. As we look at the scattered remnants of Pumapunku today, the shattered blocks lying in disarray, as if struck by some great force, another mystery arises. What destroyed it? Some evidence suggests a violent cataclysm, possibly an earthquake or explosion, but certain blocks appear to have been thrown across the site, indicating a sudden and immense energy release, something beyond natural forces. Was this destruction caused by the same global disaster that ended the last ice age, the same event remembered in myths as the Great Flood? When one steps back and sees a broader pattern, the cosmic alignments, the magnetic anomalies, the global architectural parallels, it becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss Pumapunku as a mere anomaly. It may be one of the last surviving testaments to a civilization that understood energy, geometry, and consciousness at a level we are only beginning to rediscover. Perhaps the builders of Pumapunku were not primitive stonemasons, but the engineers of a forgotten age, carrying forward science so advanced it appears to us as magic. Or perhaps they were, as the ancient legends claim, beings from the stars who descended after a global cataclysm to rebuild civilization, leaving behind this monument as proof of their presence, a stone message to future generations. We were here. You are not the first. As the Andean winds whisper through the broken stones, one can almost feel that message echoing, ancient, haunting, and eternal. Pumapunku is more than ruins. It is a riddle carved in andesite, a doorway into forbidden history of mankind. And perhaps one day, when the stars align again as they once did, the door of the Puma will open once more. In the heart of South America, Deep within the mysteries of the ancient Andes, there lies another site that has defied archaeologists and engineers for generations, Sacsayhuaman, the mighty fortress temple overlooking the city of Cusco, Peru. It is said that this was once the navel of the world, the sacred capital of the Inca Empire. Yet the deeper one looks at its construction, the more it becomes clear that the Incas may have merely inherited it, not built it. The immense walls of Sacsayhuaman are unlike anything else in the known world. Monumental stones so enormous, so precisely shaped and interlocked, that even with modern machinery, their assembly would pose a monumental challenge. Here, at an altitude of nearly 12,000 feet, blocks weighing between 50 and 350 tons have been cut, fitted, and locked together like pieces of giant three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, without mortar, without gaps, and without error. Some of these stones are taller than a man and heavier than a locomotive. They are carved with such accuracy that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. Their edges curve and bend around one another in complex, fluid shapes, as though the rock itself had been softened like clay before being molded into position. How could a civilization without iron tools, the wheel, or written language have accomplished such a feat? The Inca, when questioned by Spanish chroniclers after the conquest, told them simply, these walls were built by the gods. They spoke of Viracocha, the same mysterious creator deity associated with Pumapunku and Lake Titicaca, the god who brought light after great flood, who shaped humanity and the world, and who vanished to the west across the sea, promising one day to return. But even more mysterious is the geometry of Sacsayhuaman's construction. The stones are not uniform. Each one is uniquely shaped, with irregular angles and curves that fit together with uncanny precision. Engineers call this polygonal masonry, a technique that absorbs seismic shocks and resists collapse. To this day, Peru's frequent earthquakes have failed to move these stones even by a fraction of an inch. How could the builders have achieved such perfection without blueprints, cranes, or modern measurement systems? Some researchers have proposed that the walls were designed using sound or vibration to cut and shape the stone, a technology hinted at in ancient legends of stones that sang. The Inca myths tell the time when priests used chants and whistling tones to move the great stones through the air. While this might sound impossible, modern science has demonstrated that acoustic levitation is real. Intense sound waves can indeed lift and manipulate small objects. Could ancient builders have known how to harness these natural frequencies on a much larger scale? Others suggest that the stones were softened chemically. In recent years, Peruvian researchers have discovered certain plants and natural acids capable of breaking down silicate minerals, temporarily softening stone surfaces. If the ancients had mastered this process, they could have molded the stones like wet clay, pressing them into place before the material hardened again. The unusual, almost melted look of the joints in Sacsayhuaman seems to support this theory, as though the rock had once flowed and fused together under intense heat or pressure. Still, there are details that go beyond any known technique. Many stones show drill holes, chisel-like marks, and symmetrical grooves, suggesting the use of tools far beyond bronze or obsidian. The surfaces are polished to a mirror finish, their edges so perfect that they seem machined. Yet there is no evidence of metal saws, no remains of industrial tools, and no known precursor to explain how this technology suddenly appeared in the Andes. It is as if the builders emerged from nowhere, completed their task, and vanished again, leaving only stone and silence. The site's layout is also deeply symbolic. When viewed from above, Sacsayhuaman's zigzag walls form the shape of a giant puma's head, with the ancient city of Cusco representing the body. The puma was a sacred symbol in Andean cosmology, the guardian of the earthly realm, bridging the human and the divine. The design was not merely artistic. It encoded profound spiritual and astronomical meaning. The zigzag walls may represent lightning, a divine force associated with Viracocha, or perhaps the serpent, symbol of transformation and energy. What is often overlooked is that Sacsayhuaman is not an isolated structure. It is part of a vast megalithic complex that extends throughout the Cusco Valley. Hidden beneath the hills and forests are tunnels and chambers, some stretching for miles, connecting the fortress to the Temple of the Sun, Coricancha, and other sacred sites. Many of these underground passages remain unexplored, sealed by the Peruvian government for safety or secrecy. Local legends claim that these tunnels lead to lost chambers filled with golden artifacts, ancient mummies, and records of pre-Incan history that date back thousands of years before the empire itself. When the Spanish first entered Cusco in the 1500s, they were awestruck by the city's construction. They asked the Inca nobles how they had achieved such marvels. The reply was always the same: "We did not build these walls. They were built by the giant of old, by the gods who came before us." This echoes stories from across the world. The Sumerians and Anunnaki, the Egyptian Nedru, the biblical Nephilim, beings of great stature and power who descended to earth and shaped the early world. In every culture, there exists a shared memory of divine architects, builders of impossible monuments, who vanished after a great flood or celestial catastrophe. Could Sacsayhuaman be one of their creations, a remnant of that lost global civilization? Supporting this theory is the astonishing similarity between the masonry of Sacsayhuaman and other megalithic sites across the globe. The polygonal walls resemble those of Ollantaytambo, Machu Picchu, and Cajamarca, Peru, but also the fortresses of Baalbek in Lebanon, Mycenae in Greece, and the cyclopean structures of Cusco's twin city across the sea, Knossos in Crete. Even in distant Japan and Easter Island, one finds stones shaped in the same intricate, puzzle-like manner. Could this architectural style have spread from a single, lost source, perhaps from the survivors of Atlantis or another pre-Diluvian culture? Moreover, the site's orientation and alignments suggest astronomical knowledge. Certain walls line up precisely with the solstices and equinoxes, while the overall structure mirrors celestial patterns associated with the Southern Cross and Orion, constellations linked to gods and creation myths throughout the ancient world. It seems the builders designed Sacsayhuaman not only as a fortress, but as a cosmic calendar, harmonizing Earth with the movements of the heavens. Some researchers, such as Brian Forster, propose that the Inca found Sacsayhuaman already ancient when they arrived, the remains of civilization that existed long before recorded history. According to this theory, the Incas built upon the ruins, adding smaller, cruder stones atop the original megaliths. Indeed, when one examines the site closely, the difference in quality is striking. The lower levels feature the massive, seamless blocks, while the upper sections are composed of smaller, less precise masonry typical of Incan construction. This pattern suggests a cultural layering. Newer civilizations inheriting and repurposing the works of the old, a process repeated in many parts of the world. But what was Sacsayhuaman's original purpose? Was it truly a fortress, as the mainstream view holds? Or was it something far more profound? The absence of typical military features, towers, gates, or consistent defensive walls raises questions. The massive zigzag design, instead of being defensive, may have served as a resonant structure, channeling energy through the stones. Some believe it was an energy amplifier or frequency temple, designed to connect with Earth's electromagnetic field, part of a planetary grid of sacred sites aligned to ley lines. The Inca believed the stones themselves were alive, imbued with spirit, a concept called waka. To them, these megaliths were not inert matter but conscious beings that could respond to vibration and intent. If ancient builders understood how to use sound, resonance, and consciousness to move and shape stone, then Sacsayhuaman may have functioned as a technological temple, where human energy and earth energy converged to open portals between worlds. In 1950, a powerful earthquake struck Cusco, toppling much of the colonial city. Yet the ancient walls of Sacsayhuaman remain untouched. Even modern engineers have struggled to explain why the megalithic stones fit so perfectly, resisting both time and disaster. This is not mere craftsmanship. It is engineering genius, guided by principles we are only beginning to rediscover. And then there is the matter of legends. Local Andean priests speak of a great shining disk, once kept in the Temple of the Sun, said it had been made of pure orichalcum, the same mysterious metal described in Plato's tale of Atlantis. It was believed to harness the energy of the sun, channeling it into the earth through the walls of Sacsayhuaman. When the Spanish came, the disk vanished hidden by the priests or spirited away through the tunnels beneath the city. If the disk existed, it might have been a relic of that lost global science, an ancient energy device linking heaven and earth. Today, when you walk among the colossal stones of Sacsayhuaman, you can feel the weight not just of rock, but of time, a presence, almost alive, emanating from the megaliths. The walls hum faintly in the wind, as though remembering the chants that once echoed through their corridors. The stone seemed to whisper of secrets too great for the modern mind, of builders who knew how to command matter and energy, who understood the unity between creation, sound, and spirit. Perhaps these walls are more than mere ruins. Perhaps they are a message in stone, encoded by a vanished race of master builders to remind us of what humanity once was, and what it can be again. For when the ancients said the gods built Sacsayhuaman, maybe they were not speaking metaphorically. Maybe they were remembering dimly, through the fog of ages, a time when gods truly walked among men, and left behind their eternal mark in the living stone of the Andes. Far across the ocean from the highlands of Peru, another enigma stands carved into the earth, one that has baffled scholars, engineers, and historians alike. Deep in the mountains of Turkey, near the ancient city of Samyurfa, lies a site so old, so advanced, that it completely rewrites what we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. Its name is Göbekli Tepe, the Potbelly Hill. For decades, it lay hidden beneath layers of soil and time, dismissed as just another mound in a land full of ruins. But when excavations began in the mid-1990s, archaeologists uncovered something that should not exist. A 12,000-year-old megalithic temple complex, built thousands of years before the invention of agriculture, metal tools, or the wheel. According to mainstream archaeology, humanity was still in its hunter-gatherer phase during that time. Small, nomadic groups surviving by foraging and hunting, without permanent settlements or organized religion. And yet here was Göbekli Tepe, predating Stonehenge by more than 7,000 years and the Great Pyramids by over 6,000. Massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 50 tons, arranged in perfect circles and rectangles, decorated with intricate carvings of animals, celestial symbols, and humanoid figures. Whoever built this place possessed not only advanced engineering knowledge, but also a sophisticated spiritual or astronomical understanding. The mere existence of Göbekli Tepe challenges the very foundation of human history. It suggests that long before Sumer, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, there was another civilization, forgotten by time, that already knew how to quarry, transport, and erect megaliths with mathematical precision. But even more puzzling is that, after constructing this masterpiece, its builders deliberately buried it under tons of soil. Why would anyone hide such a monumental structure? What secret did they wish to preserve or conceal? Excavations have revealed multiple circular enclosures, each formed by giant standing stones arranged in perfect geometric alignment. In the center of many enclosures stand two towering T-shaped monoliths, human-like figures with hands carved along their sides, belts, and stylized garments. Some researchers believe these represent deities or divine beings, the gods of the builders. Others suggest they may depict the first ancestors, perhaps even hybrid beings who descended from the stars. The level of artistic skill is astonishing. The carvings are in high relief, perfectly proportioned, and incredibly detailed for a society that supposedly had no writing, no tools beyond flint, and no metal chisels. But the deeper mystery lies in its purpose. Mainstream archaeologists call Göbekli Tepe a temple, a ritual center built for religious gatherings. Yet, its orientation and carvings tell a more cosmic story. Many pillars are aligned with specific constellations, particularly Orion, Cygnus, and the Pleiades, star groups that appear again and again in ancient myths across the world. One enclosure seems to mark the position of the star Sirius, whose appearance in the sky around 9000 BC would have signaled the rebirth of light after the Ice Age. Could it be that Göbekli Tepe was not merely a temple, but an observatory, or even a memorial built by survivors of celestial cataclysm? The carvings on the pillars add another layer of intrigue. Lions, foxes, vultures, snakes, boars, and scorpions, each rendered with lifelike detail. One particular stone, known as Pillar 43, shows what many researchers now call the vulture stone. It depicts animals arranged around celestial symbols: a scorpion, Scorpius, a vulture, Cygnus, and a circle with smaller dots, interpreted by some as a representation of a comet or meteor shower. In 2017, researchers from the University of Edinburgh suggested that this stone recorded a real cosmic event, the impact of a comet around 10,950 BC, marking the onset of the Younger Dryas, a mini ice age that wiped out many species and possibly destroyed a global civilization. If true, this means Göbekli Tepe was not only a temple but also a cosmic archive, a memorial built by survivors in apocalypse, perhaps the same one described in myths from around the world. The Great Flood of Noah, the Deluge of Deucalion, the destruction of Atlantis, and the fall of the Golden Age. In each of these stories, there are survivors, the chosen few, who rebuild civilization and pass down forbidden knowledge from the gods. Could the builders of Göbekli Tepe have been those survivors? And then comes the question of who taught them. The site's sophistication implies knowledge of geometry, engineering, and astronomy far beyond what is expected of hunter-gatherers. Yet, there is no evidence of gradual development leading up to it. One day, it simply appears, fully formed, advanced, perfect. The same pattern we've seen in Egypt, Sumer, and the Andes. Civilization emerging suddenly, as if inspired or guided by an external intelligence. The ancient myths of the region speak of gods who descended from the heavens, the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the Watchers of the Book of Enoch, and the mysterious 7 sages who brought knowledge to mankind after the flood. These beings are said to have taught humanity how to cultivate crops, build cities, and observe the stars. Göbekli Tepe sits geographically between these cultures, as if it were the cradle of the legends themselves, the bridge between prehistory and the first written civilizations. Furthermore, the burial of the site adds a dimension of deliberate secrecy. Archaeologists agree that Göbekli Tepe was intentionally covered with sand and debris around 8000 BC. It wasn't destroyed by war or weather. It was preserved. The builders ensured it would survive untouched for thousands of years. But why? Were they protecting it from the chaos that followed the cataclysm? Were they hiding something beneath the ground, an artifact, perhaps, or records of a forgotten era? Ground-penetrating radar has detected deeper levels beneath the excavated enclosures, suggesting that what we see is only a fraction of a vast complex still buried under the hill. Even more astonishing are the energetic properties of the site. Modern researchers have measured unusual electromagnetic and acoustic anomalies within the circular chambers. The stones seem to resonate at specific frequencies, a natural amplification of sound waves, similar to what was observed in Egyptian temples and the hypogeum of Malta. Could Göbekli Tepe have been designed as a vibrational structure, using resonance to alter states of consciousness or communicate with higher realms? If the builders understood the physics of frequency and geometry, as sacred architecture often implies, then this temple may have functioned as a portal bridging the human and divine. Some fringe archaeologists and alternative historians go even further. They propose that Göbekli Tepe was constructed by an advanced pre-Diluvian civilization, possibly the remnants of Atlantis, survivors who migrated after the Great Flood and seeded knowledge across the world. The timing aligns perfectly. Plato's Atlantis was said to have been destroyed around 9600 BC, nearly the same date Göbekli Tepe was built. If true, then this site might be the first outpost of post-Atlantean humanity, preserving the wisdom of a lost age in stone. What's more, many ancient languages and mythologies trace their roots back to Anatolia. The region around Göbekli Tepe is considered one of the earliest centers of domesticated agriculture, the birthplace of wheat, barley, and the first permanent settlements. Could this have been where humanity restarted, under the guidance of survivors who carried the torch of civilization from the old world to the new? In recent years, archaeologists have discovered nearby sites. Karahan Tepe, Tassili Tepe, and Navali Kori, all sharing the same style and construction. This suggests Göbekli Tepe was not an isolated monument, but part of a vast sacred network across the Fertile Crescent. Each site seems aligned with the stars, forming a pattern that mirrors constellations as they appeared over 12,000 years ago. Such precise cosmic mapping could not have been coincidence. It implies an advanced understanding of the heavens. Mainstream scientists struggle to explain how hunter-gatherers accomplished this. They attribute it to ritual motivation, that somehow early humans spontaneously gathered in large groups to build the world's first temple. But this explanation ignores the scale, precision, and engineering demands. The quarrying, carving, and placement of 50-ton stones require organization, planning, and technical skills far beyond what small tribes could muster. There had to be leadership, mathematics, and a unifying vision, something powerful enough to mobilize thousands. And if that something was not a god, then it was the memory of one. Standing among the stones of Göbekli Tepe today, one feels a strange pull, as though time itself bends here. The air carries a weight of purpose, the echo of voices long gone. It is not hard to imagine the ancient rituals that once filled these enclosures. The flicker of torches, the hum of chants, the alignment of stars above. In that moment, one realizes that this was no primitive gathering site. It was a message across millennia, a declaration carved in stone. We were here. We knew the heavens. We walk with the gods. Perhaps, when the last veil of soil is lifted and the rest of Göbekli Tepe comes to light, we will finally understand the true origin of civilization. Until then, it stands as a silent challenge to everything we think we know, a whisper from the deep past reminding us that humanity's story did not begin with ignorance, but with memory, a memory of a time when gods, or something like them, walked among men. Deep in the desert of Egypt, where the sands shift like time itself, stands another monument that seems to defy everything we know about human history. A structure so old, so massive, and so misunderstood that even after centuries of study, it refuses to give up its secrets. It is the great Sphinx of Giza, guardian of the plateau, eternal watcher of the stars, and silent witness to an age that may predate all known civilization. Carved from a single ridge of limestone, it stretches 240 feet long and rises nearly 70 feet high, its enigmatic face staring east toward the rising sun. It is one of the largest and oldest monolithic statues in the world, and yet the mystery of who built it and when has never truly been solved. According to mainstream Egyptology, the Sphinx was constructed around 2500 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, the same ruler credited with the second pyramid at Giza. This interpretation is based mainly on proximity. The Sphinx lies near Khafre's pyramid, and a few vague artistic resemblances. But for decades, alternative researchers, geologists, and historians have challenged this timeline, pointing to evidence that suggests the Sphinx is far older, perhaps dating back to 10,000 BC or earlier, an era long before the rise of dynastic Egypt, possibly aligning with the end of the last ice age. The most compelling evidence lies not in hieroglyphs or myth, but in the stone itself. In the 1990s, geologist Dr. Robert Schoch of Boston University conducted detailed studies of the Sphinx's body and the walls of its enclosure. What he found shook the archaeological world. The deep vertical grooves and rounded fissures in the limestone were not the result of mere wind erosion. They were caused by heavy, sustained rainfall. But here's the problem. Egypt's climate hasn't seen significant rainfall for more than 7,000 years. For such weathering to occur, the Sphinx must have been exposed to intense precipitation during a much earlier epoch, when the Sahara was lush and green. This revelation suggested a construction date somewhere between 10,000 and 12,000 BC, aligning eerily with the Younger Dryas period. The same cataclysmic era linked the fall of advanced Ice Age civilizations and the comet impact recorded at Göbekli Tepe. Could it be that the Sphinx is not just an Egyptian monument, but a relic of that lost age, the handiwork of a forgotten civilization that once thrived before the flood? Adding to the enigma is the head of the Sphinx, which appears disproportionately small compared to its massive body. Many researchers believe it was recarved in later dynastic times, possibly from an older lion-headed statue. When viewed with 3D modeling, the body's erosion patterns and the head's sharper features don't match. The head is smoother and less weathered, suggesting it was reshaped long after the original monument was carved. This raises a possibility that the Sphinx originally bore the face of a lion, symbolizing the constellation Leo, and that it once aligned perfectly with the rising of that constellation around 10,500 BC, a date that coincides exactly with the alignment of the pyramids of Giza to Orion's belt. If true, this alignment was no accident. It points to a cosmic blueprint, a celestial map encoded in stone, one that mirrors the heavens as they appear more than 12,000 years ago. The pyramids correspond to stars of Orion, the Sphinx to Leo, and together they mark a sacred moment in the precessional cycle, the first time, or Zep Tepi, described in ancient Egyptian texts as the era when the gods walked upon the earth. The ancient Egyptians themselves never claimed to have built the Sphinx. Instead, they referred to it as Hu, or Arehorti, the manifestation of divine wisdom, already ancient in their time. The oldest inscriptions near the Sphinx date not from Khafre's reign, but from the New Kingdom, thousands of years later, where Pharaoh Thutmose described a dream in which the Sphinx spoke to him, promising kingship if he would clear away the sand that buried it. The inscription, the dream stele, stands between the Sphinx's paws and refers to the monument as the Great Sphinx of Khepri, the very great one, never mentioning Khafre. Even the priests of Thutmose's era seemed to regard it as a sacred relic from a divine age long past. So who, then, carved this colossal guardian? And for what purpose? The Sphinx sits directly on the Giza Plateau, facing due east, aligned precisely with the point on the horizon where the sun rises during spring and autumn equinoxes. This level of astronomical precision implies a deep understanding of the solar cycle and Earth's axial precession, knowledge supposedly far beyond the reach of Neolithic people. The monument was not simply decorative. It was part of a grand celestial clock, tracking the cosmic cycles that govern time itself. Some researchers, like John Anthony West and Graham Hancock, have argued that the Sphinx and the pyramids together form a resurrection complex, a terrestrial reflection of the heavens, built to encode sacred cosmic knowledge. The pyramids mirror Orion, symbol of Osiris, the god of rebirth. The Sphinx faces Leo, representing the dawn of a new age. Together, they mark the moment of rebirth after the cataclysm that ended the Ice Age, a monument not only to human resilience, but perhaps to divine intervention. There are other clues hidden beneath the sands. In the late 20th century, seismic surveys conducted around the Sphinx revealed anomalous cavities, empty spaces, or chambers beneath its paws and body. Some of these voids are rectangular, too symmetrical to be natural. Ancient texts speak of a hall of records, said to contain the lost knowledge of Atlantis, maps, scrolls, and devices left behind by the gods or their descendants. The Egyptian priest Manetho, writing in the 3rd century BCE, claimed that before the Great Flood, wise beings known as the Shem-Sahur, the followers of Horus, built secret repositories to preserve their wisdom. Many believe the Sphinx stands atop one of those vaults. In the 1990s, the Edgar Cayce Foundation funded research suggesting that such a chamber exists between the Sphinx's paws, accessible only through sealed tunnels. While official excavations have been limited, rumors persist that underground structures have indeed been discovered but kept hidden for political or cultural reasons. Whether or not these tales are true, the Sphinx continues to guard its secrets with unyielding silence. Beyond its physical mystery, the Sphinx also holds deep symbolic significance. It represents the union of human and divine, the body a lion, symbol of power and the earth, merged with the head of man, symbol of intellect and spirit. In many traditions, such hybrid figures symbolize enlightened beings, guardians of sacred knowledge, bridging the gap between the material and the celestial. The Sphinx may have been not just a monument, but a spiritual machine, designed to transmit frequencies or energies aligned with the cosmos. Ancient Egyptian priests described the Giza Plateau as a gateway to the stars. Some modern researchers interpret this literally, suggesting that the Sphinx, pyramids, and surrounding temples were built to channel cosmic energy, perhaps even functioning as resonant structures that interacted with Earth's electromagnetic field. Studies have found that the limestone blocks and granite chambers of the Giza complex resonate at specific frequencies, amplifying sound and vibration. Could the Sphinx, too, have been part of this global network, a harmonic monument, linking heaven and earth through vibration and geometry? If we step back and view the Sphinx not as an isolated statue, but as part of a global pattern, the connections become astonishing. The same 10,500 BCE alignment appears at Teotihuacan in Mexico, Tiwanaku in Bolivia, and even Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. All of these sites seem to commemorate a single astronomical moment, a reset in the precessional cycle, marking the end of one world age and the dawn of another. It's as if ancient cultures across the globe shared the same cosmic message. Remember what happened. Do not forget the gods who came before. This is the true power of the Sphinx, not merely its age or size, but what it represents. It is a message in stone, a cosmic marker left by a civilization that refused to let memory die. It stands as a sentinel across ages, guarding the truth of human origins, a truth perhaps too vast, too dangerous, or too sacred for modern minds to fully grasp. When you stand before the Sphinx at dawn, as the first light touches its weathered face, you can almost feel the weight of those forgotten centuries pressing down through the silence. The winds carry whispers of an older world, one where the line between man and God was not yet drawn, where knowledge was light, and where the stars themselves were teachers. Perhaps that is why the ancients called it the Great Guardian, for it may not simply be guarding a tomb or a temple, but a truth, one that has waited patiently beneath the desert sands for 12,000 years. The truth that before history began, before Egypt rose, before man forgot the gods, there was a time when gods walked among men. High in the windswept mountains of southern Bolivia lies one of the most haunting and mysterious sights on earth. Tiwanaku, also spelled Tiwanaku, a sprawling ancient complex whose origins reach so far back in time that even the Incas, when they discovered its ruins, claimed it was built by the gods themselves. Standing more than 13,000 feet above sea level, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, Tiwanaku is a place of legends, where stone giants stand silent beneath the thin, clear Andean sky, and where myths of creation, cataclysm, and divine intervention merge into one. It is here, according to Andean tradition, that Viracocha, the great creator god, first appeared after the flood, walking upon the waters of Lake Titicaca to bring light and order back to the world. But who truly built Tiwanaku, and how? In an age long before modern technology, were they able to construct it with such precision, scale, and cosmic symbolism? The deeper one looks into the site, the more it begins to resemble something far older, something that may have been built not by primitive peoples, but by a civilization lost of memory, whose knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering was far beyond its time. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE to 1000 CE, calling it the center of a powerful pre-Incan empire. Yet this timeline fails to explain the site's megalithic core, particularly structures like Acapana, Pumapunku, and the Gateway of the Sun. The size and sophistication of these constructions are inconsistent with the relatively simple tools and culture of the Tiwanaku civilization as we understand it. Some stones weigh over 130 tons, quarried and transported from 10 miles away, across marshes, through mountains, at altitudes where oxygen is scarce and the terrain nearly impassable. Even today, moving such stones with modern machinery would be a challenge. At the heart of Tiwanaku lies Pumapunku, perhaps the most enigmatic site in South America. Here, colossal blocks of red sandstone and andesite are carved with micron-level precision, featuring right angles, interlocking joints, and machine-like cuts that seem to defy any known ancient technique. Some of the famous H-blocks appear as if they were cast or molded, not carved. Their edges too sharp, their lines too perfect to have been shaped by hammer and chisel. Engineers who have studied them note that the cuts resemble modern machining, with uniform grooves that could only have been produced by rotary tools, saws, or something akin to laser-cut precision. If these stones truly date back thousands of years before the Tiwanaku culture, then the implications are staggering. They represent the surviving fragments of a lost technological age, possibly pre-Diluvian, possibly Atlantean. And indeed, early explorers like Arthur Poznansky, who spent decades studying the site in the early 20th century, concluded that Tiwanaku was at least 17,000 years old based on its astronomical alignments. He argued that the structures once aligned perfectly with the position of the sun during the solstices, but due to the slow wobble of Earth's axis, known as precession, the alignment no longer matches today's sky. Using this shift, Poznansky calculated that Tiwanaku must have been built around 15,000 BC, long before the rise of any known civilization. While mainstream scholars dismissed these claims as exaggerated, later astronomical studies revealed that there might be truth in them. The Gateway of the Sun, a single block of andesite weighing nearly 10 tons, is carved with intricate reliefs depicting Viracocha surrounded by 48 winged figures and solar symbols. Many believe this to be a cosmic calendar, encoding the movement of the sun, the moon, and the constellations over a precessional cycle of 26,000 years. If correct, then Tiwanaku was not simply a ceremonial site. It was a cosmic observatory designed to mark the passing of world ages. But the mystery deepens when we consider the myths of the region. The Aymara people, descendants of Tiwanaku's builders, tell of a time when the world was in darkness and the gods walked among men. They speak of Viracocha emerging from Lake Titicaca with his assistants, radiant beings who taught humanity how to build, farm, and calculate the stars. After completing their work, these gods departed, promising to return in a time of great upheaval. This myth mirrors countless creation stories from around the world. Tales of sky gods or shining teachers who came after flood to rebuild civilization. Is it possible, then, that Tiwanaku was founded not by a primitive culture, but by the survivors of a global cataclysm? Perhaps the same event that ended the Ice Age and destroyed Atlantis? If so, then the site represents not just the birthplace of Andean civilization, but a memorial to a world reborn. The architecture of Tiwanaku supports this idea. The Akapana Pyramid, a massive 7-tiered structure, once featured a complex system of underground water channels designed to circulate water in specific directions, perhaps as part of a hydraulic system or an energy mechanism. Modern engineers who've studied the site suggest it might have been a hydraulic power plant, harnessing water pressure to generate vibration or energy for unknown purposes. The presence of magnetically charged andesite stones hints that the builders understood electromagnetic properties, using them to channel or store energy, a technology that seems impossibly advanced for its supposed age. At Pumapunku, the puzzle-like arrangement of stones suggests modular construction, each piece designed to fit perfectly with others, forming a kind of interlocking system reminiscent of modern prefabrication. This level of sophistication implies not only advanced planning, but also the use of precise measuring instruments. Some of the smaller carvings show recessed grooves, drill holes, and symmetrical patterns, as if the builders used templates or molds. Could it be that they possessed a form of stone softening technology, as legends from the Andes often claim? Local folklore tells a priest who used a special plant extract to melt stone, molding it into any shape before it hardened again. If such knowledge truly existed, it would explain the near-perfect fitting and smooth surfaces found throughout Tiwanaku. Adding to the mystery is the alignment of the site with celestial bodies. The entire Tiwanaku complex appears to have been constructed according to precise astronomical and geometric principles. The layout corresponds with solstices and equinoxes, and its orientation aligns with cardinal north, far more accurately than later Incan structures. Some researchers have suggested that the builders used a global geodetic grid, similar to the one connecting other megalithic sites like Giza, Stonehenge, and Easter Island, as though all were part of an ancient planetary network. In the mythology of the Andes, Tiwanaku was called Tepe Kala, the stone in the center of the world. This name echoes other ancient traditions describing a navel of the earth, a sacred hub where heaven and earth meet. In ancient Sumer, this was Eridu, in Greece, Delphi, in Egypt, Heliopolis. The idea of a sacred center, a place where divine energy flows, appears universal. Could it be that Tiwanaku was one of these ancient world centers, a node in an interconnected global civilization that spanned continents before the flood? The similarities between Tiwanaku's architecture and that of other distant sites are hard to ignore. The same polygonal masonry seen in Sacsayhuaman appears here. The same precision stonework found in Egypt's temples shows up in Bolivia. Even the symbol of the winged sun, associated with Viracocha, bears resemblance to Mesopotamian and Egyptian depictions of solar deities. It's as if all these ancient cultures inherited fragments of a shared legacy, the remnants of a once unified, advanced civilization whose knowledge was scattered after a great cataclysm. But perhaps the most fascinating mystery of Tiwanaku is its silence. Despite its monumental scale, there are no inscriptions identifying its builders, no hieroglyphs, no texts, no clear record of its creation. It simply stands there timeless, as though it emerged fully formed from the earth itself. For all our technology, for all our scientific progress, we still cannot replicate what was done here, not with the same precision, not at that altitude, and certainly not with primitive tools. When Spanish explorers arrived in the Andes in the 16th century, they asked the local inhabitants who had built Tiwanaku. The answer was simple. It was built before the sun rose for the first time. That single phrase encapsulates the entire mystery. If Tiwanaku truly predates recorded history, it was built in the time before the first sunrise, then it may stand as a surviving link between two worlds, the old world that perished in fire and flood, and the new one that rose from its ashes. Even today, under the high-altitude sun, Tiwanaku exudes an energy, a palpable stillness that feels alive, as if the stones themselves are whispering. You can stand at the gateway of the sun and watch the horizon where Lake Titicaca glimmers like a mirror of the sky and feel, deep in your bones that this was once a place where gods indeed walked among men. Perhaps one day, when the buried chambers beneath the Akapana are opened, or when the electromagnetic secrets of Pumapunku are finally understood, we will discover that Tiwanaku is not merely an archaeological site, but a message left behind by those who came before, a cosmic record carved in stone, reminding us that civilization is far older, far stranger, and far more divine than we have ever dared to believe. Far to the east, across the vast deserts and fertile plains of Mesopotamia, lies a region that many historians call the cradle of civilization, Sumer. Here, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the earliest cities arose, and with them, the first writing systems, organized governments, and monumental architecture. Yet beneath the familiar narrative of kings, ziggurats, and clay tablets lies a far more forbidden and mysterious history, one that suggests the Sumerians were not the first, but rather the inheritors of knowledge passed down from a civilization so advanced it defies modern understanding. The Sumerians themselves spoke of beings they called the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. According to ancient texts, these gods descended to the Tigris-Euphrates Valley in a time before written history, bringing with them technology, agriculture, medicine, astronomy, and writing. The Anunnaki were said to have created the first humans, or at least engineered them, using a combination of genetics and divine instruction. One story even suggests that humans were fashioned from clay, enhanced with the blood of the gods, a tantalizing hint that the Sumerians understood something about advanced biotechnology thousands of years before modern science. Archaeological evidence supports a startling truth. The Sumerians inherited knowledge far beyond what a primitive society could invent on its own. Their ziggurats, enormous step pyramids reaching skyward, were aligned with astonishing precision to the cardinal points, mirroring celestial events. Their cuneiform tablets contain detailed star charts, planetary calculations, and observations of Venus and Jupiter that are accurate to modern astronomers' measurements. They had mathematics, geometry, and engineering sophisticated enough to construct monumental irrigation networks, raise massive temple platforms, and even calculate eclipses centuries in advance. One of the most compelling pieces of forbidden evidence comes from the ancient city of Eridu, considered by the Sumerians to be the first city ever built. Here, archaeologists uncovered layers upon layers of construction, a site that had been rebuilt repeatedly over thousands of years, each layer more advanced than the last. The earliest foundations predate Sumer itself, suggesting that the city's knowledge and architecture were inherited from a pre-Sumerian civilization. Some researchers propose that this forgotten culture may have been global, sharing its secrets with other centers of megalithic knowledge. From Egypt to the Andes, the Anunnaki were described as towering, immortal beings, arriving from the sky in great ships of fire. Myths speak of them teaching humans metallurgy, irrigation, mathematics, and law, establishing the first codes of civilization. These myths are echoed in other cultures. The Egyptian Nedjru, the Vedic Devas, the gods of the Andes, all divine teachers imparting knowledge to humanity. Could these stories reflect a single ancient truth? Could the Anunnaki be the same beings remembered in legends across the globe, a lost race of visitors who seeded civilization after a cataclysm? Artifacts unearthed in Sumer suggest technological abilities that defy explanation. The cuneiform tablets contain references to advanced astronomy, star maps, and even complex machines, descriptions that some interpret as aerodynamic craft, flying devices, or energy generators. There are also depictions of beings in winged helmets and vehicles with rotating blades, suggesting that the myths of flying gods might not have been symbolic, but literal account of technology that existed in the distant past. The city of Ur, another ancient Sumerian center, contains monumental ziggurats built from millions of mud bricks. Some of these bricks bear inscriptions giving the names of kings and dates, yet the engineering precision required to construct the massive platforms indicates knowledge far beyond what humans could have developed alone. The bricks are uniform, perfectly baked, and precisely aligned, with staircases and drainage systems designed for efficiency and durability, ensuring structures could survive floods and time itself. Even the cultural memory of the Sumerians hints at cataclysmic events that reshaped the planet. The Epic of Gilgamesh recounts a great flood sent by the gods, strikingly similar to stories in the Bible, the Hindu texts, and Mesoamerican legends. The flood narrative is repeated across continents, a story of divine beings, advanced survivors, and humanity reborn. Could the Anunnaki have been the engineers of this post-flood reconstruction, spreading knowledge and technology to multiple emerging civilizations simultaneously? Evidence also points to genetic manipulation in these myths. Sumerian tablets describe the creation of humans as laborers of the gods, mixing divine essence with pre-existing hominids to produce intelligent, capable beings. While skeptics dismiss this as myth, recent advances in genetics suggest that ancient civilizations could have been far more sophisticated than previously believed. The idea of human modification or selective breeding may not be pure fantasy, but distorted memory of real events that occurred in the distant past. The Sumerians also left behind detailed records of their kings, including incredibly long lifespans for early rulers, often thousands of years. While modern scholars attribute this to mythology or calendar discrepancies, alternative interpretations propose that these records encode knowledge of advanced longevity practices, lost technology, or even symbolic measurements of astronomical cycles. The Anunnaki's supposed purpose in Sumer, mining gold, building cities, and guiding humanity, raises a chilling possibility. What if humanity itself was engineered as a workforce for a technologically advanced species? Some researchers argue that this explains the sudden leap in technological sophistication after the supposed flood, a period known as the Neolithic Revolution, when agriculture, writing, and civilization appeared almost overnight. Could these developments have been the result of guidance from beings far more advanced than humans at the time? Interestingly, the motifs and symbols used by the Sumerians appear across multiple continents, hinting at a lost global network of knowledge. Winged discs, serpent imagery, and sacred geometry appear in Egypt, Anatolia, the Americas, and even in Asian temples. This suggests that the Anunnaki or their equivalents may have traveled widely, leaving traces of their influence wherever they went. The forbidden truth, then, is this: Sumer may not have been the origin of civilization, but a repository of knowledge inherited from an earlier, possibly extraterrestrial, source. Its ziggurats, temples, and cuneiform tablets are not merely monuments to human ingenuity. They are the first visible markers of a civilization seated by advanced beings, whose legacy has been obscured by time, myths, and the limits of conventional history. When one walks among the ruins of Uruk, Eridu, or Nippur, it is impossible not to feel the weight of this ancient intelligence. The very layout of the cities, the meticulous alignment of temples, and the sophistication of technology implied in the texts all point to a civilization that knew more than we give it credit for. And in this knowledge lies a tantalizing, forbidden question. What the gods the Sumerians wrote about were not just mythological figures, but real beings who walked among men, shaping the destiny of humanity in ways we are only beginning to understand? Far to the north, along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, the story of ancient Mesopotamia deepens, and with it, the mystery of the so-called Anunnaki and forbidden knowledge they may have left behind. While Sumer is often described as a cradle of civilization, closer scrutiny reveals a far stranger reality, a civilization that appeared fully formed, technologically sophisticated, and astronomically advanced, seemingly overnight. This was a people who could map the heavens with mathematical precision, construct monumental architecture that defied their supposed technological limits, and record events that modern science is only now beginning to validate. The city of Nippur, revered as a spiritual capital in Sumerian times, holds one of the most intriguing pieces of evidence. Dedicated to Enlil, the god of wind and air, Nippur's ziggurat was not merely a religious structure. It functioned as a cosmic observatory. Tablets recovered from the site depict planetary alignments, eclipses, and the apparent movements of Venus with astonishing accuracy, far beyond what scholars had expected from a Bronze Age culture. Some tablets even appear to describe celestial events with catastrophic consequences, such as meteor showers or cometary impacts, reminiscent of the Younger Dryas event that reshaped the Earth around 10,950 BCE. Could it be that the Sumerians were recording events they had observed, either directly or through knowledge passed down from earlier, advanced civilizations? Further south, the city of Ur provides equally compelling evidence of forbidden knowledge. Here, monumental architecture rises from the desert floor. The famed ziggurat of Ur, a stepped pyramid of mud bricks, stands as a testament to extraordinary engineering. The sheer precision of the brickwork, coupled with advanced drainage systems to withstand floods, suggests a level of planning and civil engineering that would astonish modern architects. But beyond the engineering lies something even more enigmatic. Inscriptions and artifacts pointing to astronomical calculations, calendars, and even possibly genetic manipulation. The early kings, recorded in the Sumerian king list, are said to have reigned for thousands of years, lifespans so extraordinary that they challenge conventional historical understanding. According to the cuneiform texts, these kings and rulers were guided directly by the Anunnaki, the gods who came from the heavens. Names like Enki, Enlil, and Ninhursag are more than mythological figures. Their deeds involve engineering, agriculture, and even mining operations. One particularly provocative claim comes from the text describing the extraction of gold, not merely as currency or decoration, but as a necessary element for technological purposes, perhaps even to maintain the atmosphere of their homeworld, according to alternative theorists. The notion that advanced extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth for natural resources is echoed in myths across continents, from the gold-hunting deities of Egypt to legends in the Andes of Viracocha distributing precious metals. The idea of humans being engineered by the Anunnaki is another thread that cannot be ignored. Tablets such as those compiled in the Enuma Elish describe the creation of humans from clay mixed with divine essence, a hybridization that suggests an understanding of genetic engineering far before the modern era. According to these records, humans were initially created to serve the gods, to work the mines, cultivate fields, and maintain the infrastructure of early civilizations. Could it be that the sudden leap in human capability during the Neolithic period, agriculture, settlement, writing, was not purely evolutionary, but rather the result of deliberate intervention by advanced beings? What makes these Sumerian records even more fascinating is their consistency across time and space. Similar myths appear in cultures thousands of miles apart. The biblical Nephilim, the Egyptian Netjeru, and the gods of the Andes. In each case, there is a narrative of divine beings descending from the sky, teaching humans, and then departing, leaving a legacy of knowledge. This global pattern suggests the possibility of a single advanced culture or extraterrestrial influence, seeding knowledge in multiple locations, a forbidden history that conventional scholarship struggles to integrate. Archaeological evidence adds weight to these accounts. Artifacts found in Mesopotamia, such as winged discs, depictions of humanoid figures with helmets or gear, and complex machinery, hint at technological capabilities far beyond what we typically attribute to Bronze Age societies. Some tablets even show circular objects, perhaps representing flying vehicles or spacecraft. While skeptics dismiss these as symbolic art, the sheer number of similar depictions across centuries and regions raises a question. Were these myths of flying gods purely metaphorical or a record of real, observed technology? The city of Eridu, considered the first city on Earth according to Sumerian tradition, further complicates the timeline of human advancement. Excavations reveal layers of construction stretching back thousands of years, each layer showing increasingly sophisticated planning, drainage, and temple construction. This suggests the city was inherited and improved upon, much like other megalithic sites around the world. If Eridu truly predates Sumer by millennia, it may represent the residue of a pre-flood civilization, possibly the same global culture that left monuments echo Göbekli Tepe Tiwanaku and Sacsayhuaman. Even the written word itself may have been a gift from these sky beings. Cuneiform, one of the first writing systems, was developed not for simple communication, but for recording astronomical events, trade, laws, and rituals. Its complexity indicates a purpose beyond everyday necessity, a system designed to preserve knowledge over millennia, a message from advanced intelligence to future generations. The very act of writing may have been a way to encode forbidden knowledge, hidden in plain sight for those capable of understanding it. Beyond records and artifacts, the Sumerian cosmology itself is striking. The Anunnaki are described as arriving from the stars, from a planet called Nibiru, according to some interpretations, and bringing with them the knowledge of cycles, astronomy, and advanced engineering. Some suggest these myths are allegorical, but the precision of the astronomical observations and the technological hints embedded in the text make a strong case that there is factual history behind the allegory. The Sumerians were not merely myth-makers. They were historians of a hidden, advanced epic. The forbidden truth here is profound. The Sumerians may have been the first to record contact with a higher intelligence, a species or civilization whose knowledge shaped humanity's development. The ziggurats, Cuneiform tablets and meticulously recorded astronomical charts are not just cultural artifacts. They are evidence of human civilization guided by something beyond human comprehension. These records challenge the orthodox timeline of history, suggesting a reality where humans did not fully invent civilization on their own, but were mentored, shaped, and elevated by beings from beyond the stars. Walking to the ruins of Ur, Eridu, or Nippur today, it is impossible not to sense the enormity of what has been lost. The shadow of advanced knowledge, obscured by time and myth, but still faintly visible in the alignment of temples, the precision of ziggurats, and the detailed celestial observations carved into clay tablets. The Sumerians were not merely the first civilization in a vacuum. They were the recipient of the legacy of gods walking among men, the echoes of which continue to resonate across the millennia, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, the Andes, and beyond. High above the city of Cusco in Peru, the massive stone walls of Sacsayhuaman loom, like a fortress built by giants. Constructed by the Incas between the 13th and 15th centuries, the site consists of enormous, precisely cut stones weighing up to 200 tons. The stones interlock so perfectly that not even a knife blade can fit between them, and many feature intricate angles and shapes that defy conventional explanation. This precision raises a central question. How did the Incas achieve such mastery without modern machinery? Sacsayhuaman's purpose was both defensive and ceremonial. The complex served as a fortress to protect Cusco, but also as a spiritual and astronomical center. Its terraces, plazas, and walls aligned with solstices and other celestial events, suggesting that the site was designed to connect human activity with cosmic cycles. Some researchers propose that Sacsayhuaman preserved ancient knowledge passed down from pre-Incan or even pre-flood civilizations, encoding it in stone for future generations. The construction techniques remain a mystery. Stones were quarried from distant sites and transported across rugged terrain, yet the exact methods remain unclear. The architectural sophistication parallels other global megalithic sites, from Tiwanaku to Machu Picchu, hinting at a shared or lost engineering tradition. Beyond engineering, Sacsayhuaman embodies symbolic and spiritual significance. Its enormous stones convey a sense of cosmic order, permanence, and protection, reflecting a civilization deeply attuned to astronomy, geometry, and ritual practice. Standing among these monumental walls today, one cannot help but feel the presence of forbidden knowledge, a wisdom carefully encoded in stone that challenges modern assumptions about the capabilities of ancient humans and their connection to the cosmos. On the wind-swept plains of Wiltshire, England, Stonehenge rises as one of the world's most iconic and mysterious monuments. Constructed between 3000 and 2000 BCE, this circle of massive stones is not just a prehistoric curiosity. It is a carefully designed astronomical instrument aligned with the solstices and lunar cycles. The precision with which the stones were quarried, transported, and arranged continues to baffle engineers and archaeologists, hinting at lost technologies or advanced knowledge that defies conventional understanding. Stonehenge's purpose remains a subject of debate. Some suggest it was a temple for sun worship. Others argue it functioned as an astronomical calendar, while alternative researchers propose it served as a gateway to cosmic knowledge. The enormous sarsen stones, weighing up to 50 tons, were transported from locations as far as 20 miles away, a feat demanding incredible ingenuity, organization, and possibly now-lost engineering methods. Archaeological evidence suggests Stonehenge was a ceremonial hub, attracting people from across the region. Burials, ritual artifacts, and alignments with celestial events imply that its builders possessed both astronomical insight and spiritual sophistication. Some carvings and post holes hint at symbolic knowledge encoded in the site, preserved through generations. The enigma of Stonehenge lies not only in its construction, but in its timeless presence, connecting humanity to the stars and cycles of nature. It suggests that prehistoric societies were far from primitive. They were sophisticated observers of the cosmos, capable of integrating astronomy, spirituality, and engineering. Stonehenge remains a silent witness to the mysteries of human ingenuity, a forbidden record of ancient wisdom waiting to be fully understood. The pyramids of Egypt, especially the Great Pyramid of Giza, have captivated humanity for millennia. Built around 4,500 years ago, the Great Pyramid demonstrates architectural precision mathematical sophistication, and cosmic alignment unmatched in the ancient world. Its orientation to true north, the accuracy of its internal chambers, and the sheer scale of its construction suggests that the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge far beyond their supposed technological era. Mainstream explanations attribute construction to tens of thousands of laborers using ramps and basic tools. Yet the precision of stone cutting, transport, and assembly challenges conventional logic. Some researchers propose the involvement of lost engineering techniques, or even advanced knowledge passed down from pre-flood civilizations. The pyramids were more than tombs. Astronomical alignments, the use of sacred geometry, and the layout of the Giza Plateau suggest they were designed as cosmic instruments, reflecting solar and stellar cycles, possibly encoding knowledge of time, space, and the universe. Hieroglyphs, symbolic carvings, and hidden chambers hint at esoteric wisdom carefully preserved for future generations. The Great Pyramid's enduring mystery extends to its construction methods, purpose, and precise alignment. Its existence challenges the idea that ancient humans were technologically limited. Instead, it points to civilizations capable of extraordinary feats, blending engineering, astronomy, and spirituality into monumental forms that continue to awe and inspire the modern world. Spread across Peru's southern desert, the Nazca lines are enormous geoglyphs depicting animals, humans, and geometric shapes. Created between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these figures can only be fully appreciated from the air, leading to questions about their purpose and method of construction. The sheer scale and precision suggest the Nazca people had advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and possibly ritual or spiritual symbolism. Some lines align with solstices and celestial phenomena, indicating they may have functioned as calendars or observatories, connecting human activity with the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Others propose that the designs were messages to the gods or extraterrestrial visitors, echoing similar symbolic motifs found worldwide, from Sumer to Easter Island. The creation process is remarkable. Using simple tools, stakes, and ropes, the Nazca removed surface stones to reveal lighter soil beneath, forming vast, precise images. Some designs stretch over hundreds of meters, demanding careful planning and execution, hinting at hidden knowledge of mathematics and spatial understanding. Despite their age, the Nazca lines remain perfectly preserved due to the region's dry climate. They represent a civilization deeply connected to cosmology, ritual, and communication with forces beyond the visible world. Their mystery endures, reminding us that humanity's ancient ancestors may have held knowledge deliberately encoded in the earth, leaving messages for future generations to decipher, bridging the gap between the human, the divine, and the cosmos. Sprawled across the arid plains of southern Peru, the Nazca lines remain one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world. Stretching over 450 kilometers, these enormous geoglyphs depict animals, humans, and abstract shapes that can only be fully appreciated from the air. Their scale and precision beg the question, how did a civilization without flight or modern surveying tools create such intricate designs? Many researchers believe the lines served astronomical, ritualistic, or even extraterrestrial purposes, hinting at forbidden knowledge about the cosmos and humanity's place within it. The geoglyphs are more than artistic expression. Some align with solstices, constellations, and water sources, suggesting they may have been designed as cosmic calendars or markers of sacred energy. The combination of geometric accuracy and symbolic meaning implies a civilization capable of understanding astronomy, mathematics, and spirituality simultaneously. Experiments with ropes and stakes have replicated some designs, but the complexity and scale suggest a level of sophistication beyond what is traditionally credited to the Nazca people. Some alternative theories propose that the lines were messages to the gods or beings from the sky, a theme that resonates with myths from Sumer, Egypt, and Easter Island. The recurring motifs of birds, monkeys, and spiders could symbolize spiritual, cosmic, or ancestral knowledge. Whether intended for humans, gods, or extraterrestrials, the Nazca lines represent a civilization deeply connected to astronomy, spirituality, and symbolic communication. Standing on the Nazca plains today, one cannot help but feel the scale, precision, and mystery of these ancient creations. The lines challenge our assumptions about early civilizations, suggesting that humanity may have once held knowledge deliberately encoded in the earth, waiting for future generations to decipher. They are a silent testament to the ingenuity, vision, and possibly forbidden wisdom of the ancients, reminding us that the sky was not just above humanity, but intricately linked to their understanding of the world. Nestled near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, Tiwanaku is one of South America's most extraordinary archaeological enigmas. Flourishing around 300 to 1000 CE, this civilization constructed massive stone structures with unparalleled precision, including the Gateway of the Sun, Akapana Pyramid, and intricately carved monoliths. The stones, some weighing over 130 tons, fit together so perfectly that not even a knife blade can pass between them, challenging modern assumptions about pre-Columbian engineering capabilities. Tiwanaku's achievements extend beyond stonework. The city's hydraulic system, including canals, reservoirs, and raised fields, supported agriculture at high altitudes, demonstrating advanced knowledge of civil engineering and environmental adaptation. Astronomical alignments within the city suggest that the Tiwanaku people integrated celestial observation with ritual, architecture, and urban planning, reflecting a civilization deeply attuned to cosmic cycles. Monolithic statues like the Ponce monolith hint at symbolic and possibly esoteric knowledge, representing deities or cosmic principles. The alignment of structures with solstices and celestial events indicates that Tiwanaku was more than a political center. It may have served as a spiritual hub, observatory, and repository of advanced wisdom, much like Göbekli Tepe and the Sphinx. Despite its sophistication, Tiwanaku civilization mysteriously collapsed, leaving behind monumental architecture that continues to defy explanation. Its precise stonework, astronomical knowledge, and hydraulic mastery suggest that the Andean engineers possessed techniques and understanding that surpass what is normally attributed to ancient societies, hinting at lost or hidden knowledge carefully encoded in stone. Tiwanaku remains a silent testament to humanity's potential, challenging historians to reconcile its advanced engineering with conventional narratives. The site reminds us that ancient civilizations were capable of extraordinary feats, intertwining science, spirituality, and technology in ways that continue to astonish modern observers. Perched high in the Andes Mountains, Machu Picchu stands as a testament to Incan ingenuity, mystery, and spiritual sophistication. Built around the 15th century, this citadel blends astounding architectural precision, astronomy, and harmony with nature. Terrace fields, aqueducts, and stone buildings demonstrate engineering mastery, while the city's placement aligns with solstices, sacred mountains, and celestial markers, suggesting a deliberate integration of cosmic knowledge and spiritual symbolism. The construction of Machu Picchu is remarkable. Stones weighing tons fit together seamlessly without mortar, designed to withstand earthquakes in a region prone to seismic activity. This precision stonework echoes other advanced sites like Tiwanaku and Sacsayhuaman, hinting at a lost edition of megalithic engineering preserved in the Andes. Temples, plazas, and ritual spaces indicate that Machu Picchu functioned not merely as a residence, but as a ceremonial and astronomical observatory, encoding knowledge of time, stars, and the natural cycles of the Earth. Astronomical alignment is central to the city's design. The Intihuatana stone, often called a hitching post of the sun, may have served as a solar clock, marking solstices and equinoxes, and possibly guiding agricultural and ceremonial activities. The deliberate positioning of structures, combined with sacred geometry, suggests that the Incas understood and applied advanced knowledge, linking spiritual, practical, and cosmic concerns seamlessly. Machu Picchu's endurance and precision continue to mystify modern engineers, archaeologists, and visitors. Its combination of engineering, astronomy, and spirituality reflects a civilization capable of harmonizing human activity with the cosmos. As a hidden citadel, Machu Picchu invites reflection on the forbidden knowledge of the ancients, reminding us of humanity's understanding of the universe, engineering, and spirituality as roots far deeper and more mysterious than mainstream history acknowledges. On the remote Pacific plateau of Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent guardians of civilizations shrouded in mystery. Carved from volcanic tuff between 1250 and 1500 CE, these massive figures, some over 10 meters tall and weighing 80 tons, raise immediate questions. How were they transported across rugged terrain with limited resources? Mainstream archaeology suggests ropes and manpower, but the precision and scale hint at either lost technologies or extraordinary knowledge guiding their creation. The placement of the Moai is equally enigmatic. Most face inland, overlooking villages, as if watching over their people, while others are aligned with celestial events. These orientations suggest that the statues were more than ceremonial art. They may have functioned as spiritual conduits or cosmic markers, linking earth and sky. The Moai may have encoded sacred knowledge, a message from the ancients meant to endure through time. Carving these statues required remarkable skill and artistic vision. Despite limited tools, the Rapa Nui sculptors maintained proportional accuracy, conveying authority and otherworldly presence. Some theorists even suggest the Moai represent ancestral gods or extraterrestrial visitors, hinting at guidance from beings beyond ordinary human capabilities. Beyond their physical presence, the Moai symbolize a civilization deeply connected to spirituality, astronomy, and engineering. The act of creation, transportation, and positioning reflects a society capable of combining social organization with knowledge far ahead of its time. Even today, standing among these colossal statues evokes awe, as if the silent sentinels themselves hold secrets of humanity's forgotten past, whispering mysteries that mainstream history has yet to decode. The Sumerians, flourishing between 4500 and 1900 BC along the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, are celebrated as the world's first advanced civilization. They gave humanity writing, law, and urban life, but their myths and artifacts hint at a far deeper, forbidden knowledge. Stories of the Anunnaki describe beings descending from the heavens, imparting wisdom in agriculture, mathematics, and technology, a tantalizing glimpse into pre-flood or extraterrestrial influences. Monumental ziggurats like the Great Ziggurat of Ur reveal engineering precision and cosmic alignment. These structures were more than temples. They may have functioned as observatories, calendars, or repositories of hidden knowledge, linking humans to celestial cycles. Astronomical and geometric sophistication pervade Sumerian culture, evident in their 360-degree circle, 60-minute hour, and advanced calendar systems, a mastery echoed in ancient civilizations worldwide. Sumerian cuneiform tablets contain detailed instructions for metallurgy, irrigation, and possibly mechanical devices. Whether literal or symbolic, these records suggest a civilization that bridged spiritual and technological understanding, encoding complex knowledge for future generations. Their cities' planning, water management, and infrastructure indicate a highly advanced society, contradicting the notion of early civilizations as primitive. The Sumerians' legacy extends far beyond Mesopotamia. Their myths, science, and architecture influenced neighboring cultures and may have formed part of a global network of knowledge, connecting disparate civilizations through shared understanding of the cosmos, sacred geometry, and advanced engineering. Sumer remains a testament to humanity's early ingenuity, a civilization that straddled the line between myth and forbidden wisdom, leaving clues that continue to challenge modern historians. The Elamites, flourishing between 2700 and 539 BC in what is now Iran, remain one of the least understood but most intriguing ancient civilizations. While overshadowed by Mesopotamia, Elam's achievements in architecture, metallurgy, and writing suggest a culture deeply sophisticated and possibly custodial of ancient, forbidden knowledge. Its strategic location between Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Persian Gulf enabled it to act as a hub for trade, cultural exchange, and the preservation of wisdom from earlier civilizations. The ziggurats of Chogazambil, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, showcase remarkable geometric precision and cosmic alignment. These temple complexes were carefully designed with terraces, shrines, and sacred precincts reflecting both spiritual and astronomical awareness. The Elamites' knowledge of materials is equally impressive. Advanced metallurgy, alloying, and creation of ceremonial artifacts point to technological capabilities often underestimated by modern scholarship. Their writing system, including Linear Elamite, remains partially undeciphered, hinting at secrets lost to history. Inscriptions on temples and artifacts suggest complex rituals, astronomical observations, and possibly esoteric knowledge encoded symbolically for posterity. Water management, urban planning, and defensive structures reveal a civilization capable of sustaining large populations in harsh environments, integrating engineering, science, and spirituality. Elam's legacy challenges assumptions about early civilizations. It suggests that advanced knowledge existed across the Near East long before it was acknowledged, preserved deliberately through architecture, art, and ritual. The Elamites may have been custodians of wisdom from pre-flood societies or forgotten global networks of knowledge, leaving traces that hint at humanity's hidden past and its connections to the divine, cosmic, and unknown. Today, the ruins of Elam serve as a silent reminder that much of history remains undiscovered, encoded in stone, soil, and symbols awaiting revelation. Göbekli Tepe, perched atop a hill in southeastern Turkey, is arguably the oldest known monumental structure on Earth, dating back to around 9,600 BCE. This astonishing site consists of massive T-shaped limestone pillars arranged in circular enclosures, each adorned with intricate carvings of animals and abstract symbols. The level of craftsmanship, precision, and planning challenges conventional timelines, as these structures predate agriculture and organized society, suggesting that humans were capable of monumental architecture and symbolic thinking far earlier than previously believed. The carvings themselves are striking. Predators, birds, snakes, and abstract motifs may represent cosmic principles, spiritual symbolism, or mythic narratives, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of a universe. Some pillars appear aligned with celestial phenomena, potentially functioning as a prehistoric observatory, encoding knowledge of solstices, equinoxes, and the cycles of the heavens. The site's sheer scale indicates a highly organized workforce and advanced engineering techniques, raising the possibility of lost or forbidden knowledge guiding its construction. Even more mysterious is a deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe around 8000 BCE. Why would a society painstakingly cover such a monumental site? Some scholars suggest it was to preserve sacred knowledge for future generations, hinting at intentional secrecy. Across continents, echoes of its symbolism and architecture resonate with other advanced ancient sites, from Tiwanaku to Egypt, suggesting a global tradition of sacred knowledge. Göbekli Tepe remains a profound reminder that the earliest human civilizations were far more sophisticated, spiritually aware, and connected to the cosmos than mainstream history acknowledges, guarding secrets that continue to intrigue and mystify archaeologists, historians, and seekers of hidden knowledge. The Great Sphinx of Giza, carved from limestone over 4,500 years ago, remains one of humanity's most iconic and mysterious monuments. Traditionally linked to Pharaoh Khafre, the Sphinx is far more than a royal symbol. Its colossal scale, stretching 73 meters long and 20 meters high, combined with precise eastern alignment, suggests a deeper purpose, possibly linked to astronomical events, solstices, or cosmic cycles. The statue's gaze and positioning imply guardianship, watching over both the living and the celestial sphere. Geological studies, including those by Robert Schoch, suggest that the Sphinx may be far older than traditionally thought. Signs of water erosion indicate exposure to heavy rainfall, potentially dating the monument to 10,000 BC or earlier, raising the possibility of a lost civilization preceding the dynastic Egyptians. Hidden chambers beneath and around the Sphinx further hint at unknown knowledge or artifacts, reinforcing its aura as a keeper of forbidden history. Symbolically, the Sphinx represents a fusion of intellect and strength, lion and human, terrestrial and divine. Its association with Horus and solar worship implies cosmic significance, while its alignment with the pyramids reflects intentional design in geometry and sacred architecture. Across millennia, civilizations revered, restored, and preserved it, suggesting that the Sphinx was recognized as a vessel of ancient wisdom, far beyond its apparent role as a royal monument. Today, it stands as a silent testament to humanity's forgotten past, inviting us to question what knowledge has been lost, who built it, and whether it was intended to guide or protect us across the ages. Looking across the globe, from Machu Picchu to Tiwanaku, Göbekli Tepe to the Great Sphinx, a common thread emerges. Ancient civilizations possess knowledge and abilities that challenge mainstream history. Monumental architecture, celestial alignments, megalithic precision, and symbolic carvings reveal societies capable of engineering feats, astronomical observation, and spiritual insight far beyond what conventional timelines allow. These civilizations were not isolated. Patterns of similarity suggest a network of shared knowledge spanning continents and millennia. Astronomy played a central role in their culture. Structures were aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and star cycles, linking human activity to the cosmos. Sacred geometry, precise stonework, and symbolic motifs indicate that these civilizations integrated science, spirituality, and art into a cohesive understanding of existence. The recurring mysteries, massive stone transport, water management, encoded symbolism, hint at knowledge that may have been deliberately hidden or lost over time. The evidence challenges the notion that human progress is purely linear. It suggests that advanced knowledge existed long before recorded history, sometimes guided by beings or civilizations that walked among humans. From the Nazca lines visible only from above to the Sphinx's hidden chambers, humanity's past appears layered, deliberate, and extraordinary. These sites act as keepers of forbidden knowledge, silently preserving lessons about our origins, capabilities, and connection to the cosmos. Ultimately, revisiting these mysteries compels us to rethink human history. The ancients left behind more than monuments. They left messages encoded in stone, earth, and sky, urging us to question, explore, and rediscover forgotten wisdom. Our journey through these civilizations reveals that history is far richer, older, and more mysterious than textbooks suggest. Humanity's story is still unfolding, guided by echoes of civilizations that once walked among men, leaving secrets that continue to inspire, challenge, and awe us today.